Good morning, all. This hearing is now called to order, and we will continue with the cross-examination of witness Dr. Adrian Carter. Dr. Carter, you're still affirmed?
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. Intervenor Worm, please proceed.
Good morning, sir. Thank you very much. After our discussion yesterday and giving careful thought to it, sir, and your stated need for expediency in the hearing, I would like to respectfully yield to their next intervener, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Worm. So, Ms. Cummins, are you ready to proceed with your cross-examination of the witness?
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, panel. Good morning to all. At this moment, sir, I would ask for a deferral later, as Mr. Haynes will be a little late this morning. Thank you.
So noted. Intervenor Watson and Simpson. Intervenors Watson and Simpson, are you available?
Good morning, Chairman.
Good morning, Ms. Watson.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Give me a
please.
moment. Yes, just having a little challenge with my camera. Anyway, let me continue.
Thank you.
All right. Just give me a moment, because obviously we expected that there would be some other interveners going slightly. Let me get started. Dr. Carter. Could you give me a moment, please, Chairman. I see that Mr. Simpson, because I'm not seeing him. I want to be sure that he is online. Yes, give me a moment.
I'm here, Chair. Bit of an issue with bandwidth, it seems, so I will try to keep the camera off wherever I can to assist.
All right, yes, I am also similarly challenged. So I might have to proceed in this fashion for the time being. Is that okay? Is everybody?
Yes, please. We recognize your voice.
Right. Thank you. Dr. Carter, good morning. How are you?
Good morning.
All right. I know that you are not the author of the memo on test here, but I think you have opined on some issues that are regulatory principles, cost of service, and incentive-based regulation. So I think that you wouldn't mind me putting some questions to you in relation to the test here. Agreed? Dr. Carter?
I await your questions, ma'am.
All right. Chair, I see council has...
Mr. Allen?
Yes, sir. I was just going to indicate that obviously witness is not able to indicate whether he's able to answer any possible question until he hears what the question is. My friend did recognize that he is not the author of the relevant.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Ms. Watson, proceed with your questions.
Thank you. Mr. Carter, can you tell us what you understand of the concept, your understanding of the concept of a test year?
I believe that was already covered in my previous witnesses.
So is your answer
Miss-
that you will not answer?
Mr. Carter, first and foremost, we'd like you to speak into the mic.
I
Yeah.
apologize.
Yes, and she did ask you what is your concept and not what is test year.
Well, so my concept of a test year is a period that is used for determining the rates for the utility.
All right, excellent. So that you've already answered my second question, in as much as that was whether you're familiar with the concept of a test period. So you confirm that your answer signifies that you are familiar with the concept of a test period, not just a test year. Dr. Carter?
Yes, so I responded to your question in terms of a test year and a test period.
Thank you. And do you agree that the regulator has options regarding the appropriate test year to apply in this case?
Yes, I do agree.
All right. And do you also agree that there is no established principle that a test year must be historical?
I agree.
Right. And do you agree that in choosing a test period, whether one or several years, regulators generally will choose the year, or rather the period, sufficiently long that it fairly represents utilities'
Ms. Watson,
normal
I see.
operation?
Ms. Watson, I recognize Council's hand.
Sir, you would have indicated yesterday, quite rightfully, the limitations as the time that we have in these proceedings. I was cautious when my friend raised the issue of asking Dr. Carter about test year, but we are going through some very preliminary base questions as the test year, all of which reasonably should have been put to the witness who gave evidence relating to test year. Dr. Carter has spent a fair amount of time in deal in relation to a very important memo, and I don't know it's appropriate for questions at this late stage in the proceedings to be proceeding on the issue of test year, which has already been dealt with by a subsequent witness. So if this line of questioning continues, I do think it's inappropriate.
Ms. Watson, could you go to the specific areas of questioning in relation to the affidavit that was being filed by Dr. Carter?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to respond to council before you direct me.
Ms. Watson, and I would just like
Mr.
you to
Chairman,
move on. Ms. Watson,
Mr.
could you
Chairman,
move on, please?
Mr. Chairman, there's an objection, and I think that it is proper that I be allowed to respond because this is in relation to my cross-examination. This is an issue that is not decided as yet, therefore it's open for exploration, and Dr. Carter is responsible for regulatory matters. It is properly within his wheelhouse, and of course we have had other witnesses testify in relation to matters that they did not file memoranda on.
But Ms. Watson, you would agree that he did not sign the memorandum on the test here. So we allow
I
you.
agree.
Right, so
But he
we would
also
allow
did
you.
not sign
Miss
anything in relation
Watson,
to
Ms. Watson, don't
Mr.
let us.
Chairman,
Ms. Watson,
we do
please.
not. Mr. Chairman, I agree we do not have to start this way, but you've permitted counsel to. Counsel has once again tried to direct my cross-examination. No one does this when counsel is questioning his witnesses. Yesterday, he put in a witness that is here for cost of service, the cost of service study, but at the same time, that person gave evidence in relation to callback. That was not prevented. He has had Dr. Carter give evidence in relation to cost of service and incentive regulation. At no point in time was that prevented. I do not see, therefore, Chairman, why anyone, particularly counsel, would make an effort to prevent me from dealing with something that is actually one of the issues, and that has to be in Dr. Carter's wheelhouse. He is the manager of regulatory affairs.
We do agree that Dr. Carter is the manager of regulatory affairs, but we would like that you would focus questions to Dr. Carter as the manager of regulatory affairs.
That is precisely what I'm doing, Chair. And as the manager of regulatory affairs, Mr. Aline put questions to him yesterday, specifically in relation to general regulatory principles, principles that are not addressed in either of his memoranda, and he was not prevented from doing so. And we had a long session yesterday with matters being addressed to Dr. Carter that had nothing to do with his affidavit, with his memoranda either. And I don't see how the commission can attempt to prevent me from proceeding with my cross-examination. I can give you comfort that it will not be long. Certainly not as long as the last time that you prevented me from continuing. But we cannot allow counsel to direct the
Miss
proceedings in this way.
Miss Watson, we would like to get through today
I understand that, Chair. And
without.
I promise you, I am not instigating anything. I have no intention of doing so, but I have to defend my position. I am counsel as well.
We do appreciate that. Miss Watson, could you move along quickly for us, please?
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Carter, do you agree that it is best practice for regulators to normalize operating and maintenance costs or revenue, which is within your affidavit, where there have been unusual occurrences or anomalies in a chosen test year or test period?
Respectfully, that is not my area of focus in.
Your area of focus is sales, is it not? Sales projection?
That is correct.
Doesn't that address revenues?
Sales projections address sales.
Yes, and sales would.
Miss Watson, Miss Watson, Miss Watson, permit me a minute. Dr. Carter, we would appreciate if you could give a response to the question, because we all know that any sales projections would impact on revenue. So we would appreciate that you answer the question to avoid these types of situations. So I'm directing you to answer the question fully to the intervener.
Can you repeat the question, ma'am?
Do you agree that it is best practice for regulators to normalize both operation and maintenance costs or revenue where there have been unusual occurrences or anomalies in a chosen test year or test period?
Again, Ms. Watson, that is not my area of focus. It doesn't relate to sales or my sales projections.
What is the purpose of your sales projection, Dr. Carter?
My sales projections are to inform planning.
And they're not related to revenues?
But I can't speak directly to revenues, ma'am.
Could you provide, Chair, this is actually a question, a motion that I'm putting to the Commission. We had asked in an interrogatory for the correspondence regarding the approval of a 2020 test year, because the impression that is given to us by the company is that it has been approved. We don't think that's the case, but we would like to see the correspondence that they are relying on in relation to their assertions about the 2020 test year.
Ms. Watson, your position is correct. The company was aware that the test year was only approved for filing purposes, with the actual determination as to the appropriateness of the test year to be done during these proceedings. So any statements made that 2020 is the approved test year, to quote Mr. Allen, are a false narrative.
Thank you, Commissioner. Dr. Carter, let's look at paragraph 4 of the memo on sales projections. That will make you happy, since we're not comfortable with anything else. Schedule H, figure H2. Do you have that, Dr. Carter?
Yes, I do.
All right. Do you agree that that chart shows a significant fall of sales for Barbados Light and Power in 2020?
Yes, I do agree.
All right, now the 2010 is used by the company for comparison at paragraph 3. I'll read it for you. It states, quote, moreover, sales at the end of 2022 were 7% lower compared to 2010 due to impact of the COVID-19 national lockdown and the subsequent recession in 2020. Now, if we look at
Sorry,
figure,
Intervener Watson. Where you're reading from again?
I'm reading at paragraph 3 of your memo on sales projections.
Okay, I'm with you now. Go ahead.
You look at figure H1, and is 2010 the chosen comparison year, the highest sales in the 40-year period since 1980, based on your table, your chart?
Since 1980, I don't believe it was 2010, no. But 2010 was used as the benchmark because of that was the last decision for a rate increase.
And not because it shows the highest sales? Because it does, according to
Not
that chart.
necessarily because it showed the highest sales.
All right, no problem. And when we look at, say, the 10-year average since the last rate increases, again, you should be comfortable with that, the decline is on average 4%. Do you agree?
I believe that it will be around that percentage decline.
And not nearly as impactful as a 7% decline, sorry. If you can answer that. The post-2020 data that we now possess, thanks to interrogatories, and I thank you for responding, although we're not entirely satisfied with how they've been responded to, that data shows that there's a sales bounce back since 2020, is that correct?
That is correct.
Right. And we've asked our number cruncher to do some numbers, and we realized that Mr. Worm had done similarly, and we've come up with a projection of 946 gigawatts for 2022 rather than the 931 gigawatt hours. Does that look to you like how your sales is trending?
No, it doesn't. Currently, our sales are trending towards our forecast projections for 2023 contained in our memorandum Schedule H.
All right. And your actual for 2021 does exceed your projections, though. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. The company has placed the IRRP, commissioned by the government, into evidence and has said that it has evidentiary value. So I'm going to refer you to that. That's the McDonald IRRP. Is that the same McDonald that has authored the Barbados Light and Power's Generation and Transmission Master Plan, dated April 24, 2020?
I believe that it could be yes.
I'd suppose that there wouldn't be many firms named McDonald, but we're going to assume that the company is satisfied with their work in a general sense. Do your sales projections include the electrified transport sector demand?
It does.
It does?
Yes, it does.
And does it include the shore power for cruise ships?
Towards the end of our sales forecast, it doesn't.
When you say the end, you mean what specific years?
So our sales forecast for this purpose goes down to 2025, but we do project much further down than 2025. And in those latter years of our overall sales forecast, it does contain some demand from shore power.
Can you tell me what years, Dr. Carter?
I believe it is years 20, I think it begins, if I'm not mistaken, around 2030 and beyond.
I see. And your sales projections for electrified transport, what years are included?
2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, and 2025.
Can you tell me what you base those projections on?
So our projections are based on market intelligence about the current fleet of electric vehicles on island, as well as projections for increased adoption of electric vehicles in the future.
Could you provide the documents that you're relying on as market intelligence? Can you tell us specifically what documents you're relying on so that we know that we're getting what you actually relied on?
Right. So much of our market intelligence comes from actually speaking with the dealers in the market.
So these are conversations?
These are mostly conversations.
Nothing else?
These are mostly conversations that we base our projections for.
And do you know what they're basing their answers to you in the conversation on?
Well, yeah, I believe it's based on the demand that they're actually seeing in the market and their ability to actually get the vehicles there and get them into customers' hands.
So what we're saying then is that you're relying on fairly nebulous information, independently verified.
Well, I don't agree. I'm relying on information directly from the individuals that will know in terms of the demand for their products.
Is the IRRP projection, which the Barbados Light and Power says has evidentiary value, that's not a question, I'm going to tell you. That is 1,049 gigawatt hours in 2025 compared to your 967.6 in 2025. You agree with those two figures, that I'm giving you the right figures? Have you seen the IRP?
Yes, I have.
Right. So are you familiar with the projections made by Tom McDonald?
I have seen those projections.
Right. So are you familiar with that number, 1,049 gigawatt hours?
Not the exact number, but I am familiar that it was basically in that vicinity.
All right. So if we compare your sales projection with the IRRP data that the government of Barbados is using, and presumably Light and Power is satisfied with because you've put that document into evidence, would you agree that the base revenues generated by BLPC based on IRRP would exceed your base revenues based on your projection by about $30 million? You can do a back of envelope calculation as you did yesterday.
Well, I haven't done the calculation, but what I can say, if you look in that document, you will see that there was a projection, I believe, for 2021 as also in 2022, I believe.
There was a chart, but this is an actual number in the document.
So there's actually a table there that shows the projections, I believe, my memory served me correct. There's a table there that shows the projections, summary projections over the period. And you can see there that you can compare their projections with actuals at this time for 2021.
But you're not working on actuals, you're working on projections. That's what you've told us this morning.
Just give me an opportunity to respond to your question. So you will see there that when you compare their forecasts with actuals, that the error is over the 5% limit that that one would expect for a reasonable forecast, and their forecast is a whole lot more aggressive than the forecast that we have provided in this application. And I would say to you that I believe our forecast that we have provided in this application is a more appropriate forecast for the expected growth in sales over the period.
Right, thank you for that, but I'd like you to answer the question that I answered, and that is whether you accept that the revenue difference based on their projection, which is a projection that's before the FTC and before the government of Barbados and validated by your asserting that the document has evidentiary value, more evidentiary value than another document you had previously submitted. Do we agree that the revenue difference would be $30 million
Well,
in 20?
sorry for interrupting you.
Yes, do we agree that there would be a significant revenue difference in what they're projecting compared to what you're projecting?
There will be,
Let's use the term sales.
yeah, okay. There will be I imagine a revenue difference between the two projections.
And to extrapolate from that, that also, because we're all speculating, that also indicates that there is a good chance that your revenue requirement is overestimated. Do you agree?
Can you repeat that
Based on
question, please?
projections.
Can you repeat the question?
Do we agree that based in the variance of projections between what is in your application and what you have verified as having evidentiary value, there is a significant overestimation of your revenue requirement in your application?
Sorry. I don't believe Light and Power have overestimated our revenue requirement in our application. If you're referring to the sales projections contained in the ministry's document, I don't believe that they reference any revenue requirements as well. So.
Do you accept that the FTC must normalize sales if it accepts that the 2020 test year is an extraordinary year?
Well, so if the FTC do determine that the 2020 year is an extraordinary year, it is well within the right of the FTC to make the decision that they see fit. But what I would say to that is that if you look at our sales projections, if you look at our actual performance, you can see that our sales projections are reasonable in terms of its performance against the actuals, and our sales projections inform the 5-year forecast as contained in the memorandum given witness by our Director of Finance. And it's clear there that based on our projections that the utility would not be over-earning in any of the periods.
Thank you, Dr. Carter. The Barbados Light and Power, I also want to tell you that I've gone through, and to the Commission, I've gone through my record of the previous testimony, and as a matter of fact, Mr. Jennings had deferred test year questions also to Dr. Carter. In any case, let us press on. The Barbados Light and Power has adjusted for many non-immeasurables, as it is permitted to, of course. You would know this as a regulatory person. Why has the Barbados Light and Power not also adjusted sales to normalize all of the revenue requirement components for the proposed test year?
So you would recognize that the adjustments that were again given evidence by our Director of Finance, that those adjustments were known and measurable. So they were clearly known in terms of what the adjustments would be, and you can actually measure them. To make an adjustment for sales, there isn't any known or measurable adjustment that could be made. Let me just try to put this in a little perspective. When just prior to our filing of this application in 2021, when we filed, despite sales declining in 2020, in 2021, almost up to when we were actually filing, sales were down. I mean, sales were still declining on 2021. Sorry, sales were still declining on 2020. So 2021 sales up to August were actually still declining. And the reasonable expectation would have been is basically what would that normal sales would be. That, truth in fact, we were actually going into a new normal, given all of the uncertainties surrounding COVID and how the economies would recover. And I would say that, yes, there have been some recovery of sales, and our forecasts actually performed quite well, going back to our forecast, quite well in terms of projecting what the growth will be in 2021, despite, as I said, when we fell, sales were still declining. So it speaks to the quality, I believe, of our sales forecasting models. And the models are suggesting that we are actually in almost a kind of a new normal period for sales growth.
Thank you. Sorry, Chair, just working with the mic. And thank you, Dr. Carter, because what you've said to us is that we actually can rely on your sales projections, and therefore, if they're that valid, they ought to be usable for adjustments. Wouldn't you agree?
Sorry, adjustments for what, ma'am?
Adjustments to the test year. To the revenue requirement in the test year.
Right. So I can't speak to
normalize. Use the word normal to normalize.
So again, when you look at 2020 sales were about, I think, about 94% of 2019 sales, and 2021 sales were about 95% of 2019 sales. So, I mean, there have been some growth, but the difference in actual performance between 2020 and 2021 isn't significant at all.
Thank you, Dr. Carter. What you've just done is made me a convert for 2019 as the test year, since that is normal and a full year and near enough. Nonetheless, let us move on. As a regulatory practitioner in the company with an economics background, what was your advice to the company on the issue of sales normalization now that you have a full year data for 2021 and 3 quarters for 2022?
I offer no advice in that area.
No advice. Barbados Light and Power Company has said that it has seen significant income losses since 2019. Does your company realize that many Barbadian households have suffered similar income loss during that period?
Sorry, can you repeat the question? It seems to be some feedback. I'm not sure.
I'm sorry, yes, I actually heard that as well. You've stated that you have suffered significant income loss. That's the company, not you, Dr. Carter, since 2019. That's your reason for coming to the FTC. Does your company also realize that many Barbadian households have suffered similar income loss in the same period?
Yes, we all have suffered during this very difficult period.
And in your application, you have not addressed affordability of increases in light of Barbados's economic indicators. So you've made some general statements about trying to cushion effects, but we have not looked at that against Barbados's economic indicators. And again, I expect you to appreciate these questions because you have an economics background. Kindly comment on whether you expect that Barbados's householders will actually be able to afford the proposed rate increases. Actually be able to afford them.
Well, you're asking me to speak about,
As an economist, as someone with an economics background,
someone
and
with
who's responsible for regulatory affairs.
okay. So based on my training, I would say that electricity is affordable currently, and it will continue to be affordable as a result of our proposed rates.
Has the company conducted any elasticity studies in relation to the proposed rate increase?
No, we haven't.
Are you aware, well, I'm not going to say you, is the company aware that Barbados's real GDP contracted by 14% in 2020 and recovered by less than 1% in 2021?
Yes, we are aware.
And is the company aware that globally, according to the World Bank data, that is the company aware that according to World Bank data, that Barbados's contraction in 2020 was among the 20 largest contractions in real GDP globally?
That is possible.
That's not an answer to the question. I asked if the company is aware, not whether it's possible that there was a contraction. That's World Bank data, so I'm taking it as credible.
I can't speak for the company itself, but I can say that such a contraction is possible.
Now, the company does cite some economic data in its application, and so my expectation is that you did consider that data in making the application. So, is that correct?
That is correct.
Right. Have you considered the potential consequences of the electricity rate? That's the company, not you. Has the company considered the potential consequences of the electricity rate hike requested for Barbados's productive sectors?
Yes, we have.
And so, as an example, since we are a nation that's very concerned right now about food security, in light of global upheaval, let's look at the agricultural sector in particular. As a provider, the provider of electricity to that sector, do you agree that the sector has become increasingly more reliant on electricity for its source of energy over time?
I agree that the entire economy, all of the sectors in the economy have become more reliant on efficient and reliable electricity supply.
And as a key economic actor, does the company agree that that electrical energy consumption by non-residential sector acts as a driver of economic growth in the long run?
Yes, we would agree to that.
Would you agree, therefore, that any increase in electricity tariffs would have an adverse impact on Barbados's economy at this time?
We do not agree with, no.
Do you acknowledge?
Sorry, apologize.
You wanted to expand?
Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay. Do you acknowledge that the average increase in retail prices over the 12-month period, recent, increased by 12.8% through May 2022? That's coming from central bank's most recent report. Do you agree or acknowledge?
Yeah, that is possible.
Yes. And do you accept that with nominal wages and salaries remaining largely unchanged in recent years, it implies a material reduction in employees' real inflation-adjusted salaries and purchasing power so far for this year?
I do agree, yeah.
Do you agree that given all of what we've just discussed, higher electricity prices would have a negative impact on the productive sectors in Barbados, further reducing economic growth and reducing associated demand for electricity?
I pause in terms of answering that question because
You want me to break it down?
Thank you very much.
All right. So there are a few premises to start, and we've accepted that higher electricity prices could have a negative impact on productive sectors in Barbados. Do you accept that?
Yes, yes, that is, it can have a negative impact on the productive sectors. Yeah.
And that could have an impact on economic growth.
It can have an impact on economic growth.
So does the company acknowledge that increased electricity prices at this time could actually have the impact of reducing demand for electricity?
It can have an effect, or it might not have an effect. Let me say this. Our rate increase, our rate request that we have proposed, the net effect of it is actually reduce prices and not increase prices. One of the key drivers of this application, as given evidence by the Director of Asset Management and the Director of Operations, as well as the Director of Finance. One of the key drivers is our clean energy plant that was recently commissioned and is providing service to customers. Now, the net effect of that plant in service and the increase that we are requesting here in this application is actually a reduction in prices for most customers. On average, the increase we are seeking is an increase of around 5 cents per kilowatt hour. And we expect that plant would provide us savings in excess of 11 cents per kilowatt hour. So the net effect really is not a price increase, but actually a price decrease. And hence, as a result of our application, we expect that it would have a positive impact on the economy and the productive sectors within the economy.
Okay, Mr. Carter, I think you've left me a little confused because I thought you were seeking price increases, not price reductions. And the clean energy bridge, let's talk about what you just said, because that's very interesting. The clean energy bridge, you say, will cause reductions in electricity costs. Is this as a result of a fall in expense costs, operating and maintenance costs for the Barbados Light and Power?
I believe it is as a result of the fuel savings that.
In which case, that has nothing to do with this application, does it? Because fuel is a pass-through.
Well, fuel, well, it have a lot to do with this application because, again, one of the drivers in this application is the Clean Energy Bridge, which have been commissioned to provide customers with fuel price savings, which will reduce their overall electricity costs.
but that is not part of this application. The fuel clause adjustment is already settled. You'll pull out a part of it, and we'll get to that later. But that is a direct pass-through, so the Barbados Light and Power can't claim that that is going to affect its rate increase application.
The clean energy bridge is part of our known and measurable changes in our application.
So
Sorry.
does it show a reduction in operating and maintenance costs for the company?
It shows in the memorandum of, I believe, the capital memorandum, it shows the savings that are expected from the commissioning of this plant.
Dr. Carter, I'm so sorry that I keep saying Mr. Dr. Carter.
No, it's okay.
All right, good, thank you. What I want to be clear on is because you brought up the issue of the clean energy bridge and its impact on prices, suggesting that the clean energy bridge itself would result in lower prices for consumers as a result of this increase. That's my understand this rate application, but that's not how I understood your rate application. Because if we're getting lower prices, then we can all leave on the intervener side and say thank you, good luck. So explain to me how the clean energy bridge will reduce prices for customers apart from the fuel savings.
Well, the clean energy bridge have been commissioned to provide those fuel savings benefits to customers. And hence, you cannot divorce the fuel savings benefits of the clean energy bridge from this rate application, nor can you divorce it from the impact on customers' overall bills.
Thank you, Administrator. Or we'll move on from there because I think we all understand that the cost of fuel is not the subject of this application. Now, have you heard of a lifeline rate for income eligible consumers?
Yes, it is a concept I'm familiar with.
All right. Has the company considered including in your rate design a lifeline rate for low-income customers?
So we do not have a lifeline rate as defined as a lifeline rate, but what we have done, what we have proposed in our application is to provide the effect really of a lifeline rate for customers that are consuming within the first energy block in the domestic service class. So that's those customers that are consuming under 150 kilowatt hours.
All right, so I heard that evidence. It was very interesting, and I want you to explain to me so that I am not misunderstanding. Because when I've heard that in this proceeding and in your public relations, I immediately moved to the idea of a price cap on those costs, those prices for any of those consumers. Are you proposing that particular income classes tied to their normal usage, because you have that number 150 kilowatt hours, are you proposing that their rates be capped in this application?
Sorry, can you repeat that question, please?
Are you proposing that consumers who are the 150 kilowatt band of consumers or defined by income eligibility, are you proposing that their rate be capped?
Yes.
The
part of your question that I just still trying to understand is the income inclusion.
Eligible.
Yeah. Just explain to me what you're asking there.
All right, so I think that we may be not necessarily at cross purposes. So when I listen to the company seems to be saying that it recognizes that it has a certain class of customers who use a certain level of service. I extrapolate that to mean that they will tend to be lower income domestic, because we're talking about residential, domestic consumers. And so I'm asking you if you have identified those consumers and if you're proposing that you will cap the increase at, whatever the amount you've stated as the price increase for that band of customers.
Yes, so our proposal to the commission is for those customers using under 150 kilowatt hours that we continue to protect those customers. And as a result of our proposed rates, we do not expect that, all things being equal, that their bill will increase above an additional $6. Additional $6 per month for those customers, and that's before. I think I would have mentioned yesterday. That's before a bill discount, early payment bill discount, which these customers can take advantage of. And
All right.
if these customers do start taking advantage of that bill discount, the increase for these customers will be under $2 bill increase, again, once all things remain equal.
All right. So I think that the company also, does the company recognize that many of these customers will struggle to meet the payment date that will allow them to take advantage of the bill discount? Yes? No?
Well, certainly all of us have our challenges, and we often, find different ways to meet those challenges. And so we do expect that our customers will seek how best they can achieve the additional savings that we are affording through our early payment bill discount. And I should add that Barbados Light and Power is quite unique in offering an early payment bill discount. I think there's no other utility that I know of in this region, and certainly in this, I almost would say in this kind of hemisphere, that provides customers with a bill discount when they pay the electricity bills within 15 days of actually receiving their bill.
All right, Dr. Carter, and forgive me for belaboring this point, but I think this is really important because we're talking about quite a significant number of customers. You use the caveat, all things being equal. Kindly explain what you mean when you say all things being equal in relation to customers' bills not exceeding the $6, I believe is the figure.
Okay, so I use that caveat because it's based on our rate application, and our rate application assumes a certain fuel clause, and it assumes that the commission approve the rate design that we have proposed. So certainly the reduction could be more, or the reduction could be less if all things still remain equal.
All right. So another question I have for you then is, have you considered raising that? I'm going to call it a cap, but we know we're not talking about an actual price cap, to correspond with the parameter that the government has itself used for its VAT cap, and so raising that to users up to 250 kilowatt hours, taking signals from the government of Barbados.
Yeah. So currently, if I can refer you to our application. Let's go to.
I know it doesn't correspond with your usage bands.
Yeah.
So I'm just asking you, in looking at the economic situation, the evolution, and we're well past your filing date. And so given all that has happened, have you considered, you may not have considered that in 2020 or even in 2021, but have you considered looking at government's pricing signal, or I would say their ease signal, have you considered reworking that band for which you try to cushion customers to cap that at 250 kilowatt hours per month usage?
So why I was referring you to our table K7 in the application page 874. And if you look at that table and you look at the domestic service class, you will see that the first two bands are kind of being subsidized by higher usage customers. So if we were to increase that band, what it would mean is that either we will have to increase what the charges for higher usage customers, or we will have to increase the charges for all customers within that band.
Or you could, of course, increase your revenue requirement. That's an option.
So the revenue requirement is based on, yeah, so the revenue requirement, as you would know, is based on the cost of service. And so the cost of service is the cost of service.
And it's based on some other things that you could play with, isn't it? Like your rate of return.
The rate of return is the cost of service rate of return. I don't believe it's something you can play with.
All right, so you also have proposed to separate out the RPPA. And my question to you is whether, given what it is, it shouldn't be a separate application with RE, power purchase costs and revenue components being examined granularly by the Fair Trading Commission rather than bundled with this rather complex and might we also say action-packed application?
Yeah. No, I think it's quite appropriate for it to be part of this application, and I believe that the Commission also agree that it's appropriately placed within this application.
I don't know if I would say that.
Mr. Carter, I would prefer that you do not speak for the Commission.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. You preempted me. I was actually going to suggest that it was still up for consideration. Okay, Dr. Carter, let's have a look at your tariff table in relation to streetlights.
Yeah. Intervener, can you direct me to the page that because we have streetlights referenced in different areas, so you can direct me to the page that you're interested in focusing on.
All right. I'm looking at A7, the summary of current and proposed rates.
Yes, okay, I'm here.
All right. And I'm looking at in 2009, yes, the vast majority, if not all, of the streetlights were high pressure sodium with 3 variants, 50 watts, 70, and 100. Is that correct?
Yes. Sorry.
How did you calculate the electricity consumption per bulb? Did you meter streetlights back then?
So what we do before we actually put a bulb type into service, we will actually run it through a number of tests to determine what are the consumption over different time periods. So the actual kilowatt hours that we have for the different bulb types will be based on actual tests of those bulbs, those lights.
Okay. And so what I'm understanding is that the answer is no, those lights are not metered. You would do a guesstimate, is that it?
No, no, as I said, we actually test, we put the bulbs
That's
into,
that's pre the bulbs being
that's
put into
correct. That's
the,
pre the bulbs actually going into the field on the wooden poles.
so that's not a measure of actual consumption.
It is a measure of actual consumption.
You mean your testing of the bulb tells you
So,
what energy has been consumed by the bulb when it is in service?
so our testing of the bulb tells us how much energy the bulb consumes each hour. And we have a pretty decent idea in terms of the different times of the year and when it gets dark earlier or later, and how much hours those bulbs will be running per day, per year, per month, per year.
Okay, okay, I think I understand. So for a 50-watt HPS bulb, for example, we'd have let's say 12 hours a day, assuming a night period, by 30 days a month. Would that be the way that you would go about?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. And we would say, if you let me do some back of the envelope calculations myself, you'd say that we're looking at between 18 and 20 kilowatt hours.
For HPS bulb?
Yes.
Yeah, so HPS 50 watt bulb would consume about 25 kilowatt hours in a month.
Okay.
So you're
So
close.
that I can do some math. People don't think so, but I can. Although I call myself numerophobic. But the 50-watt bulb will then actually consume. So you're saying you're coming in at about 25 or 20?
Yeah.
Sorry, I missed.
25.
And do you find that the charge then would be maybe a little high? That's the 2009 charge, or you disagree?
What charge?
The charge for 50-watt HPS bulb, the one that you're moving away from now.
So I don't think I understand the question. You're asking if our proposed rates will be high for the 50-watt bulb?
No, your previous rate, but we'll move on. No, so we're now looking at LEDs, that's correct.
Yeah.
And before, consumers only paid the FCA as far as energy consumption of the streetlights is concerned. Is that correct?
That is not correct.
So what was the charge?
So built into.
Explain the change.
Okay.
Please.
So previously, currently, the customers pay a customer charge and the FCA for street lights, but built into that customer charge was the estimate really for energy consumed for each of those bulbs. As I mentioned before, we actually put them into the field. We would have tested them to see what is really the energy consumption of those bulbs. So built in there was some element of energy as well, but we kind of aggregated it together for customer charge. What we are proposing here in our application is to have the customer charge as a separate item and have the energy charge as a separate item. Now, why that is important here is because currently, and given how the rate is structured for streetlights, as you see, the rate is specific to a bulb type. So in the event that the utility wants to install a different wattage bulb, we have great difficulty. We actually have to go to the commission and submit a rate application for a rate change or a rate for a new bulb, and you would appreciate that could be, you know, a bit cumbersome having to do that, return to the regulator often to seek those small changes. So what we are proposing here is to have a charge that is not specific to a bulb type, whereby we know the customer, the kind of the capital cost or the customer charge related to the LED bulbs. So we can have that as a fixed component, and we will be able to easily estimate what is the kilowatt usage for any bulb type that we determine that we put into the field, and hence we can apply basically the energy charge to those kilowatt hours.
Thank you, Administrator. All right, so the retrofit, has that been completed?
It haven't been, I think we are just over 90% completed.
Okay, 90%. All right, good work. And so tell me then, is the 23 cents per kilowatt hours, yes, that's the charge that you have in the application now? Is that an energy charge that's being added?
Right, so it is a combination of energy charge and demand charge. I think yesterday our witness on cost of service would have indicated that there are basically four components of the costs. There's the customer-related costs, there's the demand-related costs, and there's the energy-related costs. And then there's also the fuel kind of related costs. Sometimes it's used interchangeably with energy. That's why it said 3 and then it said 4. So for streetlights, streetlights aren't metered, but there is demand-related costs related to servicing streetlights that is included in the energy charge. That's how we recovered some of that cost.
I keep muting so that I'm not interrupting you, hearing any ambient noise. The billing costs for the company, you have indicated in the past that that is a considerable administrative cost. Is that correct?
I have.
Mm-hmm. And so with this one customer...
No, I'm asking the question. Sorry to intervene.
Sorry? No, not you, but the company. The company has indicated yes.
Okay.
In previous cases, looking at the issue of metering and the cost related to billing, yes?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right. I believe that's why smart meters has been deemed to be an improvement. Yes?
One of the benefits. Yeah.
Yes, one of the reasons, of course. And I would expect that with one customer, that being the government of Barbados, notwithstanding that there are 200,000 of us taxpayers standing in those shoes, I would expect that there is with one customer, the administrative cost for billing streetlights would be reduced considerably from billing your individual customers. Is that correct?
I can't
reduce.
I can't
Yes?
speak to that. I honestly.
So you're not able to comment on what goes into the billing of the government for streetlights.
Yeah. But I can't speak to whether or not it will reduce, because there are obviously different factors.
I'm going to withdraw the term reduced. I'm sorry, Dr. Carter, forget reduced. I'm saying that it would be less than what you would expect with multiple hundreds of thousands or several tens of thousands of customers. Would that be correct?
Again, I won't be able to speak to that because even in aggregating billing, you would expect that there are certain processes that needs to be completed to get that done, and obviously there's some costs related to that as well. So I can't speak to whether or not it would be higher or lower. I'm not sure.
Okay. All right, so let's look at the application, page 691 and page 75. I know they're quite apart, but we're talking about, and your regulatory report for 2021. I just want to look at how the streetlight CapEx has been treated, or expenditure, I should say. Are you familiar with how that's been treated? So is it capitalized, is the question that I'm going to ask.
Yeah, I think that question is best with the Director of Finance in terms of whether or not that cost is capitalized.
All right, so you're not able to speak to recovery for the street light expenditure.
Yeah, I think the best person to speak to whether or not it's capitalized wouldn't be myself.
All right. So if you're collecting a tariff for basic energy, tariff for FCA, and a tariff for the renewable power purchase agreement, if that is agreed by the FTC, what other than depreciation would the, you know what, you've just said you can't answer this question, so I'm going to move away from that, right? And we'll probably have to guess at it because I don't expect that Mr. Jennings will be back, or perhaps Mr. Blackman will be able to assist us. Mr. Carter, in the interrogatories, I can't remember if we have that information, but what life has been assigned to the LEDs? Can you answer that?
No, I can't speak to that either.
All right. Well, I'm going to go right through the questions related to cost and so on. And so you can't answer any questions related to the cost of maintenance, whether those costs will be expected to go down, given that the LEDs are expected to be longer, actually. I believe somewhere in here we heard a number of 20 years, 15 years, I think might be the number that we expect for a life of an LED bulb. Can you comment on that? Because there has been a lot of PR on the issue, so I think the company, you know, you might have a general notion.
No, I wouldn't be the best person to
All right.
advise on that.
All right, that's all right. So looking at the expected energy savings from efficiency from LED bulbs, and in keeping with the fact that fuel is a direct pass-through, and so we're going to take that into account. In truth, really, when we look at the technology that is being used in streetlights at the moment, so LEDs, we expect that. When do you expect that you will complete, might I add, the retrofit?
Maybe our general manager, who is set to come after me, he may be able to advise on the actual completion date.
Yeah.
All
Ms.
right, but if
Watson,
it's
I
90
think in earlier testimony, we just had heard in earlier testimony that 6,500 are remaining to be completed.
Right. I just wanted a time band if possible, given that we are looking at time. That's all right. But would you agree that based on what we expect of the efficiency and, as you say, some improvement in fuel clause adjustment charges for consumers, that we should be seeing a possible saving of over 50% for streetlights?
Yeah, in terms of energy savings, yes, well over 50%. In terms of energy savings, is expected.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, if I can just update you, just a quick look at the company's website says that there's actually a 100% completion of the retrofit as of today. So that's just an update that should may be helpful to the commission in looking at these issues. So, Mr. Carter, why is the company not passing the obvious cost savings from LED streetlights onto the people of Barbados through the government of Barbados? Why is there instead an increase in customer charge per bulb to a level that doesn't reflect what we expect the cost would be?
So it is, it's always dangerous to just look at one component of a tariff. I think what is more important is the overall impact on the particular bill, and the overall impact is actually a decrease bill for streetlight customers.
But we're talking, there's only one streetlight customer though, isn't there, Mr.?
There are many streetlight customers.
You mean the taxpayers?
No, individuals have streetlights as well, yeah. So we have quite
Well,
a few.
so can you tell us those kinds of numbers? How many
I can't,
individual?
I can't tell you how many individual, but we have government as responsible for quite amount of streetlights, and we also have private individuals also responsible for streetlights as well.
All right, so
Dr. Carter, if you could assist us here by explaining, helping us to understand what goes into the actual tariff. You said there were a number of factors, but you never said what were those factors. And arriving at the tariff for streetlights, I think that could help us understand how you would have arrived at some of these numbers. If you can just indulge us by sharing the components of the tariff related to streetlights, I think that could help us understand some of these issues.
Okay, that's okay. So the streetlights tariff, as well as like all of our tariffs, the design of those rates were based heavily on the cost of service results. And if you turn to the table K again, we turn to table K7 that we were looking at.
Table K7 is on page 875. If you can put it up for us, please. 875. And we're focusing on the street lights. So if you can, just the street light tariffs. So is up on the screen, Dr. Carter, if this can help you.
Yeah. So just give me one moment, Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. In columns 4, you will see there what the cost of service study results indicate are the costs to service streetlights. That is again, these are streetlights that are on the wooden poles in the community. There are other streetlights that are on different tariffs, but these particular streetlights are on metered streetlights, and they are on the wooden poles in the community. So you can see there that the cost of service is suggesting $9.65 as a customer-related cost, and the 61 cents as the energy-related cost. And based on the cost of service results, we took the decision to run off the the cost of service, customer-related costs to $10, and reduce the energy-related component to the 23 cents per kilowatt hour for streetlights.
Chair, do you have any other questions? I just have one more, I think two, but you have a question that clarifies.
Yeah, continue.
All right,
Continue.
so Dr. Carter. So I just want to be clear, the application does not address government streetlights?
We have a streetlight tariff, and we have customers on that streetlight tariff.
Which might be government.
And government is one of those customers on the streetlight tariff.
And those who are, as you say, on wooden poles in the community.
Right, correct. So we have private
And-
individuals responsible for some of those lights in the community.
So that would be that would include the GEED operated.
Well, I lump GEED operated poles are normally poles you will see on the highway. So those are the poles that are on those metal frames. Those poles are individually metered, and there are I think some of them are on SVP, and some of them will be, I believe, on general service tariff.
Okay. Could you give us the full term for SVP, did you say?
Secondary voltage power. Sorry.
All right, and so when I look at the numbers and I conclude that whatever savings you are suggesting the customers would experience are being actually taken back from the customers through the increased customer charge and the base rate of 23.1 cents per kilowatt hour. Would I be correct in coming to that conclusion?
No, so remember, I think we have, if you go to, if I can direct you to table K4 on page 871 and table.
I think we looked at those yesterday.
That's correct. We looked at those yesterday. What it will show is that.
Thank you.
Right. Those tables will show the actual realized rate of return for streetlight customers, and so and it's actually negative. So what we propose in our application, given the social benefits also can derive from the streetlights, that we would set the rate of return for streetlights at 0, given that they are currently negative, and hence the company will not achieve a rate of return in terms of its capital cost from those streetlights. The net. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Yeah, so the net effect, though, of the capital investment for those streetlights is that they actually results because of the fuel savings that are derived from a more efficient light, moving from a HPS to a high sodium light to a LED light, is that the energy savings results in quite significant fuel saving benefits to those customers. Hence, the bill is actually reduced relative to if the customer was using a HPS streetlight.
All right, Dr. Carter, we're not going to tussle anymore over whether you can claim any advantages to customers in relation to fuel saving. Thank you for your discussion with me this morning. If you will permit, Chair, Mr. Simpson, he does have a few questions for the witness. We don't expect that. We will have many questions. Thank you.
Mr. Simpson?
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to everyone, firstly, and good morning, Dr. Carter.
Good morning.
I just want to, I have a few questions, and I'll try to reduce them as best in parts answered some of the questions that I wanted to put to you. Just a final couple questions on your responses to the questions on the test year earlier. Was the major criteria used by BLPC in choosing a test year the fact that 2020 was the most recent complete financial year with complete audited financial statements and other related data?
I believe our managing director gave evidence on the test year.
A lot of questions we had were indeed referred to you, so I just wanted to confirm if that was the case.
Yeah, as I said, I believe our managing director addressed those issues in the test year before.
All right. In your responses earlier, did you confirm that your last normal year of sales performance would have been 2019?
No, I believe I actually said that the whole period since 2010 have been an abnormal sales period relative to prior to 2010.
So what's your definition of abnormal then? Just to make sure we're on the same page, right. Maybe I can eliminate some questions based on that.
Okay, so as I say, so prior to 2010, we had sales growth, average annual sales growth of over 3%. So imagine that year on year, you are growing by over 3% in sales. Since 2010, sales have no growth and have been negative over the period. So compared to, Light and Power have been around for over 100 years. So compared to this current period since 2010 to the previous period prior to 2010, if you look at the sales growth, they have been quite abnormal for the entire period over the period.
All right, I want to use some specific, get you to give some specific figures because you answered my co-intervener on sales, but you alluded to growth or decline, but no specific figures were given. And I take your point about the negative growth. Now, according to your table H3 on page 758 of the application.
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. Your actual sales growth in 2019, according to that table, was 0.5% increase, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, can you just go back maybe 3 years, 2017 and 2018, sorry, 16, 17 and 18, and just indicate what your overall sales growth was, please?
I unfortunately don't have the figures here with me, but I suspect those growth would have been almost flat to negative as well.
Okay, but can you give me a range then if you can? Was it in the same average range of the 0.5? Was it as high as 1% in a range of minus 1% to plus 1%? Can you give any range at all?
Just let me, if you turn to the table, table H2.
H2. Yes.
On page 754.
Oh, page 754.
754, yeah.
Right. Yes, figure H2. Sorry.
Yeah. So
table H2. Sorry.
Yeah. So you can actually see the sales growth for the period, and you can see that there basically wasn't any growth prior to 2019. Those years leading to 2019, there wasn't. Right, even 20. Right, there basically wasn't any sales growth. Have been pretty limited.
But from my reading of this table, Dr. Carter, for the periods that I've asked you to provide some information for, and thanks for pointing me back to this table, 2015 appears to be in that range of about 1.5% possibly, but definitely less than 2% growth.
Yeah.
2016 in the vicinity of 3%, which I think was the average growth you were mentioning prior to 2010. 2017 appears flat, 2018 a little negative, 2019 that might 0.5% of an increase.
Yeah.
Would you agree with my assessment based on that figure H2?
Yes.
Okay, so even though it did not meet that period from 2015, well, even 2016 on to 2019 did not meet the historical growth rates you had prior to 2010, would you say that those rates were consistent at the level that they were, relatively so?
No, so I would also point you to 2011, 2012, 2013, in terms
Agree.
of...
Thank you. But my response to you would be, what date, when did you file your application?
We filed, I think, in October.
Of what year?
Yeah, October 2021.
Okay. And your test year was 2020, not so?
That is correct.
Right. So I do take your point about 2011, etc. But if we go back to 2016, that takes us 4 years back from the test year, and we see a trend in your sales growth, not so?
What is your interpretation of that trend?
It is relative. It is consistent in the range of minus 0.5 to positive 1. Am I not correct?
Correct. So it's consistent in terms of there's significant variability there over the period. So you have...
There's significant...
There's variability in terms of the period that you're looking at. As you mentioned, we had 2 years of some growth, and for the remainder of the period, really, there was basically kind of negative growth.
But Dr. Carter, from what I can see here, and to me this supports the assertion of many of the witnesses for the applicant that sales were flat. Between 2016 and 2019, the sales were consistently flat. The growth was within that defined range. There were no anomalies going up to 4% or even 3%. Between 2016 and 2019, we had growth in the vicinity of minus 5 to positive 1. Do you agree?
So you have, you can also see there, so it's clear to see the minus growth rates, and you will see a growth rate, a decline in excess of 2%, I think, for 2011.
But Dr. Carter, I'm focused on 2016 to 19 right now. I see what the graph says about 11 to 14, but let's look at 2016 to 2019 right now. Please.
Mr. Simpson, counsel has raised his hand.
Yes, Chairman.
Chair, I understand the disagreement between Mr. Simpson and Dr. Carter on the issue, but these are matters that are clearly available for submissions by any of the interveners. We are not getting any further by going over. The data is before the commission. The data is quite capable of interpreted by the commission. If we're going to argue over what 2016 numbers, which are clear for everyone to see, means or doesn't mean, that's a matter for submissions. But for cross-examination, let's have a question and let's move on.
Chair, I agree with counsel that some of this can be submitted in submissions, written or otherwise. However, to be able to prepare such submissions, there needs to be clarity on what has been testified or stated or what is contained within the application. And as stated earlier by my co-intervener, several questions on test year and so on were referred to the regulatory team. And it's on that basis that I'm asking the questions. And I'm not trying to belabor the point of 2016 to 2018, 2019, but I feel as though I'm not getting a straight answer in terms of if the sales were consistent in a range during that 4-year period. So that I can move on to my next question.
Okay. So, Mr. Carter, you understand the question?
Can you repeat the question, please, Mr. Simpson?
would you agree, Dr. Carter, that between 2016 to 2019, the sales growth for the Light and Power Company was consistent?
Consistently flat to negative. Yes.
Thank you. And you would agree that range of flatness is between minus 0.5 to about positive 1%. Would you agree?
Yes, I would agree.
Okay. What was the sales growth for the test year?
There was no sales growth in the test year.
Dr. Carter, I refer you to table H3 again. Can you state what the sales growth for the test year was?
Test year, negative 6.1%.
No, you testified that the period between 2010 and the test year should be deemed as abnormal. You've also agreed with me that the period between 2016 to 2019 was consistently flat in terms of the sales growth. Do you believe that a test year where the sales growth was minus 6.1% is acceptable?
I do believe that it is acceptable. Again, given our projections, and it really shows that the sales for over the period in which rates will be applied does not depart or will not depart far from the sales in our test year.
Okay, based on the sales projections, you projected for 2021 electricity sales of 894 gigawatt hours, am I correct?
That's correct.
Can you tell us what the actual sales in gigawatt hours for 2021 were, please? Because earlier you stated, I believe, if I remember correctly, that there was still decline in 2021, but no actual figures were given. So can you just state for the record the actual sales in gigawatt hours for 2021, please?
Okay, I believe I would have mentioned that up to the time of filing, up to around August.
No, sir, I'm asking, Dr. Curtis, sorry, I'm asking about 2021 in total.
Are you in a position to give an answer for the actual for 2021, sorry?
Yes.
Yes.
I am giving the answer, but I also need to put a context to my answer in terms of the question that was put to me.
Dr. Carter, all was asked of you is if you can give a number for the total sales for 2021. I don't think a context is required.
Okay, Chair. So for 2021, the actual sales came in at 904 million kilowatt hours, which is an error of around 1% versus the forecast.
So 904 gigawatt hours is your actual sales for 2021?
That's correct.
Are you in a position to state the actual sales up to the end of August or September of 2022?
Yes, so the actual sales, I think I would have given evidence on this already as well. The actual sales for at the end of September was 698 million kilowatt hours, and that compares to our projection for that period of 697 million kilowatt hours.
So for the year so far, you are on par with your projection?
That is correct. Statistically correct.
Okay, my final question, Dr. Garda, on this issue of sales projections and the test year and so on. Reference was made in the application to COVID and so on, and it is, everyone in the room is aware that large industrial plant, hotel plant, and several other large consumers of electricity on the grid were closed for a good part of that test year. Were all of these things clearly considered in choosing 2020 as a test year?
So, as it relates to my sales projections, Mr. Simpson?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, so they were all considered in terms of developing the forecasting model and in informing the sales projections. Yes, they were.
Okay, I don't want to belabor that point too much, so let me move on. Yesterday, in your testimony, you gave some opinions on the cost of service method that is currently utilized. Is it possible for you, based on your economic background, to quickly state some of the pros and cons of this method in ascertaining, well, in terms of rate design for us?
Well, I should add that it's a well-established method for developing development of rates. It have been well documented that it do provide efficient price signals to customers, and hence it's an appropriate method for development of rates. Some of the cons that have been noted is as it relates to it could result in significant regulatory lag for the utility if there's large gaps between when rates are actually set using the method and when the utility is able to have new rates in place.
Thank you, Dr. Carter. Sorry, I have to mute because there's some work going on around the office, so apologies for that. Okay, so can you also confirm that did Light and Power at any time consider any other models in terms of their rate design?
No, we didn't. Cost of service is the model that have been used in our jurisdiction, and we would expect that any departure from cost of service would require some consultation with maybe persons in this room as well as our regulator.
All right, so let me ask it slightly different. Based on your testimony then, does the Light and Power see cost of service as the most effective mechanism for its rate design?
We see cost of service as an effective mechanism for developing rates.
Okay. In your responses to examination yesterday, you referenced various tenets of coming up with your proposed tariffs, am I correct?
Various objectives, correct.
Yes, and one of those was, your reference was rate stability.
Bill stability.
Can you indicate in terms of can you give us a range, economic range, in terms of increases or thresholds of increases that you believe would support the argument or the objective of rate stability?
Yeah, so the threshold that we set was we wanted to minimize any bill impacts of over 30%.
Okay, and in your affidavit, I believe so you're saying anything less than 30% you define or believe is a stable rate? maintaining a stable rate.
Correct.
Okay. And am I correct, in your affidavit, you indicated the maximum increase likely was 20% per customer in any category?
No, for a typical customer, there are some customers that bills would increase by more than 100%. Right? And those are the outliers, and there are customers whose bills will increase by 1% or definitely under that 5% range that we also give. So there are outliers, but when we speak about those range, we are speaking about typical customers within the individual customer classes.
Can you confirm for us who some of those outliers are that you refer to that may experience as high as 100% increase?
Right. So I believe we highlighted some of those customers yesterday in the questioning.
I just want to be clear,
Yes.
Dr. Garrett.
Yeah, I will. In the questioning from Mr. Worm, where we had pulled up the table that shows in response to, I guess, an interrogatory, which shows some of those impacts. And there you would have seen that there are some customers who use very, very little kilowatt hours on the grid. They have the service there, and we have all the infrastructure there to provide the service, but they don't use really any energy from the grid. Those, as a result of the increase in the customer charge, those customers will see a bill increase of over 100%, and those are, they're not in reference, yeah. So there are those customers that would experience that.
But I'm trying to be clear, Dr. Carrot, and you keep saying those customers. Can you specify the category of customers we're referring to?
No, sorry. Secondary voltage power customers, I was, referencing in that table.
What type of customer falls into that band typically?
So commercial customers will fall in that band, and those are customers who receive power at secondary voltage. And they vary in terms of the activities that the power is servicing. But what I would say is those customers that will be experiencing those impacts, their usage, I think, is actually below the first kilowatt band for a domestic service customer. So which tells you that really there's no real activity going on there, but we still have the cost to provide the service, to have our infrastructure there in case or at any point in time that they require energy from the grid. So we suspect maybe that there's very limited activity going on at those particular locations.
Okay, thanks for that, because you take me into the discussion you had yesterday, and I want to make sure I understand your position, because you're saying some of these customers that may experience these increases over and above 30% are commercial customers subscribing to secondary voltage power.
That's correct.
Now, yesterday, I think you testified that the Light and Power, in your opinion, or at your direction possibly, would work with these customers to see how they could negate the increases. Am I correct?
That is correct.
Now, is one of those options with these customers to remove them from the secondary voltage power to another category, sorry?
Yeah, that is a possibility.
Is that possible? And again, this is for my engineering understanding. Is such a move possible depending on the building where some of these commercial customers operate from, etc., in terms of wiring and where how the power gets to the building?
Right. So in some cases, it might not be possible given the technical limitations, but in other instances, it might be possible. So as I said, I can't determine in terms of what we can necessarily provide for that particular customer until we actually interact with the customer to find out what are their specific circumstances related to their service.
Mr.
And Dr.
Simpson,
Carter, what I'm really getting at, oh, sorry, Chair.
yeah, we're just trying to find out how many more questions you have, because we would like to see if it's possible for you to wrap up in the next 5 minutes.
Yes, I believe so, Chair.
Thank you.
Right, so Dr. Carter, what I'm really getting at ultimately is the economic impact, because based on my understanding of access to power, it is heavily driven by the type of building you are in. For example, an office in a building in Harbor Industrial Park, or office in Cape Shepherd, or a building, a store on Swan Street, etc. There may not be much room for anything else but secondary voltage power for the building, which then means that if you can't move them off of that based on their use, that they will have to suffer the almost, as you said, in some cases 100% increase, or somewhere between 30% and 100%, which then has the effect then of cost being passed on by those commercial businesses to customers. So that's what I'm trying to get at based on your indication yesterday that the Light and Power would try to work with those persons. So in that same vein, outside of considering the economic reports of the central bank, how much more consideration was given to, for lack of a better term, what I will call the trickle-down impact in the economy of higher electricity rates to some of these commercial customers? And I know yesterday that you said, in some cases, these higher value customers, as I refer to them, industry and business, have been used or will be used to continue to subsidize lower rates for domestic service. Am I correct?
That is correct.
So what extent of economic analysis was done to ascertain that trickle-down effect when these rates are put in to place if approved?
Right. So as I mentioned, there are outliers, both in terms of higher impacts and outliers in terms of lower impacts. And we give a considerable amount of consideration to minimize the impact on all of the customers within a particular class. As I mentioned, there are some outliers, but those outliers, I would say that they are actually, by not paying their fair share of the cost, they're actually passing on that cost to other consumers. And again, it's not fair to the other consumers, customers in the class, to continue to carry them to that extent. But we definitely have put in a great amount of effort in trying to minimize the impact on the customers within each customer class.
Thanks, Dr. Carter. I acknowledge your efforts, and I know this is not necessarily an easy, straightforward process. My final few questions. My understanding of your testimony yesterday, when reference was made to table K5, I believe, you suggested that part of the consideration was to make sure through the process of the rate application that as far as possible, you could move customers to actually paying for the amount of energy they were consuming. Is that a correct understanding of your testimony yesterday?
I believe maybe you're referring to moving customers to actually paying their costs to provide service to them. Mm-hmm.
And that is one of your objectives.
Correct.
So in that vein, it was also my understanding that let me ask the question rather than saying my understanding. For your domestic service customers, how much of the costs are they currently covering by the rates that they pay?
Right. So currently,
and I believe that comes from table K5, if I'm correct.
Right. So maybe we can go
On
there.
page 872.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
if you go to that table, table K4, maybe let's go to table K4. K4 actually provides you what is the cost to serve.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. So you can see that they are actually providing domestic service customers are actually providing a rate of return of 2.48%.
Yes.
Which is you can see that in columns 4 at the
Column 4, correct.
second row. Well, if you look at the cost of service rate of return that they should be contributing at full cost of service, you can see there's a significant difference there between that 2.48% and that 8.79%. So the difference there is really how much they are currently not covering in terms of their full cost of service.
And column 5 is 75% refers to what?
So column 5 refers to their contribution towards the actual realized rate of return. So you would appreciate that the actual realized rate of return for the currently for the company is 3.31%, which is significantly below the cost of service rate of return in our application of 8.79%.
Is it fair to say in economic terms that suggests that domestic service customers are only contributing 75% towards the costs that are incurred to provide them service? Is that a fair assessment?
Yes, that's a fair assessment. They're only contributing, well, I shouldn't say 75%. They are at, their contribution in terms of their rate of return is 75% of the overall current realized rate of return.
Thank you. And in table K5, I believe you're proposing post this rate review if approved that they would be moved to 90%.
That is correct.
Okay, now you said earlier that the BLPC was doing all they could to shield these domestic customers, especially at the lower end.
Mm-hmm.
How much shielding can you provide based on moving from that 75% of the required return to 90%? I know it leaves a 10% window to 100%, but can you just clarify how much room you have to really shield those customers that the company says it will?
Yeah, so the shield that we are providing, again, is we are not asking these customers to pay their full cost of service. We are actually seeking permission to allow these customers to continue to be subsidized by the commercial classes, and in trying to balance the bill impacts on both the domestic service customers and the commercial classes, we are proposing that subsidy be actually reduced, but that subsidy will continue. At the rate design level, again, considering the bill impacts, we propose that for 80% of the customers on this class, that again, that their rate increase as a result of this proposal will not exceed 8% bill change for this class, again, offering that level of protection to the customers on this class. And we also propose that the commission that continue with the 10% bill discount for our customers, that they can actually have another opportunity to obtain bill savings. And further, the clean energy bridge, I have to mention the clean energy bridge because it is a big deal in this application. The savings that will be afforded as a result of the clean energy bridge, which is the cost is part of this application. The net savings is actually for most of these customers a net bill increase instead of an increase. as a result of our proposals here in our application.
Dr. Carter, you
Mr.
take me
Singh.
back to the energy bridge, but I don't want to touch that
Yes,
anymore. So
please
I
do
have,
not. Just try to wrap it up in one more question, Mr. Simpson.
yes, sir. I have one more question in relation to the streetlights, because I believe most of my other questions were touched by my co-intervener, adequately addressed. Just to clarify, Dr. Carter, is the company aware or have figures related to the overall investment in the streetlight assets or the streetlight service?
Sorry, the overall investment?
Investment in the streetlight assets, because the company is claiming a rate of return, but is it clear? I'm not sure from the documentation that there's a clear reference to the value of that investment like it is done for all of the other assets. I may be incorrect, but I'm just seeking clarity on that point.
Yeah, so I believe that the asset register, I'm not sure which schedule in the application would indicate the value of the streetlights.
And that is the value that you've used then to base your rate of return on that service.
Yeah, the depreciated value of the streetlights, yes, the net value. Mm-hmm.
So the assets are owned by Light and Power then? Because you just mentioned depreciation, so I'm just confirming that the assets are owned by Light and Power, the streetlight assets.
The streetlight assets covered under the streetlight tariff are owned by the Baptist Light and Power.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Carter. Chair, I will not prolong anymore.
All right, thank you. And following, sorry, we will take a little recess, but I would just like to request of the interveners that please note the questions that would have been asked by the intervener team of Simpson and Watson and by Mr. Worm yesterday, and please refrain from asking the same questions that would yield the same answer. So as we resume, I would want that you would look at editing your questions so that you ensure that you will be asking questions that will be new questions and not questions that would be going over the same evidence that would have been given by Dr. Carter in responses to the intervener team of Simpson and Watson and Mr. Worm. So just any new questions, I will be monitoring those questions which would have been asked earlier, and we would ask you to move on. So at this time, we will take a 20-minute recess, and we would like everyone to use the 20 minutes to edit their questions. We now continue with the cross-examination of Dr. Adrian Carter. Dr. Scott Joseph, I have a couple of questions for you before we move to the next intervener.
Good afternoon, Dr. Carter.
Good afternoon. Good. Sorry.
Oh, my apology. Felt like a long time.
I understand.
All right. Kindly direct your attention to page 756 of the application. How confident are you that the methodology that you formulated to project sales, as outlined on the paragraph 10, is relevant, accurate, reliable, and well-grounded in theory and empirical analysis?
My confidence stems from the actual performance of the forecast. And when I line up the actual performance of the forecast, the predictions with the actuals, and the error is a reasonable error, I gain my confidence from that result.
Are you aware that there is a specific statistical measure that gives you the level of confidence that should be accompanying the methodology and the results?
So in developing the forecast, we will, in choosing between different forecasts, we will look at, the MAPE and other forecasting measurements in terms of deciding in terms of which forecast is performing better than the other. But that is to differentiate or to discriminate between forecasts, but to measure the performance of a forecast or whether or not the forecast is actually performing well, we utilize the predictions versus the actuals.
Okay. Secondly, you indicated on the set page that you utilized two models. Yeah? You said two models were estimated. Can you indicate where these two models' results are?
Can you give me the specific reference, please?
Okay, one moment. $754.
754. Paragraph.
You said two econometric models were utilized.
Sorry, Doctor. Which paragraph you're referencing? Yeah?
Page 757, paragraph 15, line 3.
757.
757, paragraph 15, line 3. When the econometric models
Paragraph 15.
Yes, please, line 3.
You said it referenced two models?
Yes, please. You said when the econometric, well, at least more than one. You said when the econometric models.
Yeah. So
how many models?
So we had a number of models. So we actually have different models for different tariff groups. So we actually forecast each individual customer class, and then we aggregate basically the results to give the overall forecast.
What criteria was used to select this model that you included?
So the criteria we use, again, is the mean absolute percentage error. We use that to differentiate between different types of models to look for the models that actually provide the best estimates.
Earlier today, when you were being cross-examined by intervener Watson, her question to you was, what were the assumptions that were utilized in the model? And you indicated that among others, market intelligence, and you listed a number of assumptions. If you turn with me to page 757 and 756, on the 756, paragraph 10.
756, paragraph 10.
So you have the change in S, which is change in sales, equal to these variables on the right, which are the ones you have in table H2, which you say are the key assumptions.
Yeah.
So there are two things I would need you to clarify. One, the assumptions that you listed for her this morning. And secondly, the assumptions that you listed, you said that you considered the change in tourism and among others. Where in the model were these assumptions taken care of? Are they two different things you're referring to?
Okay. All right. So, so in forecasting within this market, we would utilize the base model to run the projections based on the assumptions, and we would then adjust the output from the base model for different factors, such as what we are seeing on the ground, or what we are hearing from our various market intelligence sources.
Okay, please verify that the results you have were derived from the econometric model, and please indicate the name of the econometric model that you use.
So,
sorry, please refer to table H2. Please confirm that those values that you indicate there are from the model you have on the section 10 or paragraph 10.
So the variables in table H2 are the driver variables for the main foundation model. As I mentioned, the output from the model is then adjusted for other changes expected based on market intelligence.
Okay, just for the record, could you kindly indicate if the results are as a result of what is written on the 10? They are?
They are as a result of what is written on the 10, with some adjustments for other factors, as I said, based on other market intelligence.
Okay, that being the case, can you kindly clarify what is written on the column that says average annual values?
Sorry?
Can you indicate
You
what
mean
those
in table
values?
H3?
Yes, please.
Right. So
H2. Please clarify what
Sorry.
those values are.
Right. So those values are the main drivers that goes into the econometric model.
No, correction. Are those as a result of 10? Did those values, the values that are displayed in this table, kindly indicate if they are as a result of the model that you have in 10. Are they?
Are the result?
Yes. When you run the model, the output.
Okay, understand now. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. So the values in table H2 are the average of the input variables into the model at paragraph 10. So we have sales. Sales is driven by, or is a function of, temperature changes, economic growth, movement in prices of fuel, movement in population growth.
Okay, I just have two quick questions. Therefore, given your response and given what is written in under that column, they do not represent the results that you see on the right, simply because what you have written there is the average values. What you should be giving us is the coefficient values, which tell us what would be the impact if there's a shock to the system. But given what you have written, these represent the annual average values, not actually a shock, which is, without getting too complicated, a change or...
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll move on to the quick next question. So, would you be able to provide us...
Can I respond there? Can I respond? So nowhere in that table did we indicate that we were representing any sensitivities or any shocks. I think the table just kind of identified that these are the key assumptions over the forecast period.
Okay, moving on quickly. Can you therefore then indicate if all these values were recorded as being significant when you run your model and you haven't responded to what is the name of the model you used?
So the model is a distributed-like model that is we utilize first difference in deriving the forecast.
Okay.
Now the question, your second question, remind me the second question again.
It's okay, I'll move on to the next question,
Okay.
which I think is most important.
Okay.
Given the impact from the different classes, domestic, commercial, etc., have you considered utilizing a change in sale to see the impact that it would have had on the different classes, given that consumers, domestic consumers, they would have seen a rise during COVID-19, for example, and a decline in industrial or commercial. So did you consider looking at this impact separately so that one category would not have a larger value than expected, or what we call spurious regression?
Understand.
Results?
So the forecast results is a result of aggregation of the forecast results for each customer class. So we actually forecast each customer class and then aggregate basically the results into the total forecast. So we actually do a forecast for domestic service as a separate forecast. We do a forecast for secondary voltage power, customer growth as a separate forecast, and so forth. And then we aggregate basically the results into what you are seeing displayed in table H3.
What time period did you use?
The time period for the forecast.
No, for the entire model.
The model, I believe it goes back about 40 years.
And lastly, why did you not consider the macroeconomic effects such as inflation in your model as outlined on page 756?
Right. So inflation is basically captured kind of by the proxy, kind of as a proxy within the projections of fuel prices. It's kind of captured in an indicator, but it's not a direct correlation. But what is more important to customers in terms of the growth or the demand for fuel is not necessarily the rate of inflation in the entire economy, but more so the rate of the price changes in terms of as it relates directly to fuel prices.
Thank you very much, Dr. Carter. I'll stop there for now.
The Energy Division, Ms. Cummins, are you ready to begin your cross-examination?
Yes, sir. Mr. Brian Haynes, he will present on behalf of the ministry.
And Mr. Haynes, I would just like to remind that you do not ask any questions that have already been asked earlier this morning, so that I hear a question that was asked and answered this morning, I would just ask you to move on.
I will be guided, Chair.
Thank you.
I'm much obliged. Okay, I trust all are hearing me, and good morning again. I think maybe last try to address the issue with respect to streetlights. I was directed or informed during the session that Dr. Carter would be the appropriate person to engage on certain questions. I know that we would have discussed this morning to some degree the hearing.
No, Mr. Haynes, if you could just ask the question, please.
All right, I will ask, and you will tell me if I am if I am,
Just ask the question, Mr.
if it was
Hussein.
if it was repeated. So, Dr. Carter, can you inform the hearing what energy savings have been derived to date from the installation of streetlights? And that is the LED. And I think there was 24,500 streetlights under the program that was discussed earlier this week.
So we haven't done any analysis in terms of the total energy savings as a result of the rollout of the LED lighting. But what I can tell you is that the usage difference between the LED bulb and the bulb that it replaced is in excess of 50% savings in energy.
So not an actual, you can't tell us what the actual savings are, but you've given us a guess as to the percentage based on your tests. That's what you're telling me?
That is correct.
Okay. Okay. With respect to the expenditure, the capital that was expended on the street lights, in particularly fixtures, not necessarily what you would have engaged for the installation, but for the fixtures. Could you identify what that cost was, that actual expenditure was?
No, I'm not in position to speak on the expenditure on streetlights.
But Dr. Carter, I was advised that you were the man.
To speak on the expenditure on streetlights, sir?
Yeah, on the and your counsel had advised that you were the man to speak on these things. Okay, perhaps you will be able, since in terms of the
Okay. Continue.
Yes, thank you, Chair. In terms of in estimating your revenue requirement and the design, do you have an understanding as to what is the estimated payback period for the street lights?
I am not aware that that analysis has been done.
So you have not
done by myself.
Okay. It seems as if I am once again not the correct person. Okay, maybe I will leave the streetlight issue as it doesn't seem as if we are going to get. I will ask one question here on last question on the streetlights, which I believe you should be able to address, Dr. Carter. Can you inform the hearing as to what factors were considered in determining the allocation percentages for the cost recovery ascribed to the streetlights, and in terms of the tariffs that would have gone there? You would have had a model that you would have used, and I just wanted to understand what guided those, what factors went into that in considering that allocation.
I believe you're speaking of allocation in terms of revenue requirement and not allocation in terms of cost of service. Am I correct?
In terms of cost of service, I think I saw it was just over $10 million and that was identified in your cost of service.
I wouldn't be able to speak about in relation to cost of service. What I can speak on is in relation to the tariff design and the revenue allocation in the tariff design. And if I can direct you to table K5, where the rate of return that we are seeking from the streetlight tariff is zero. The current rate of return on current rates is negative, and the return that we are seeking is a 0%. And that is translated into the revenue requirement allocated then to be recovered from the customers on the streetlight tariff.
Okay, are all the costs under the used to derive the value is direct costs?
Sorry?
Are
Can you repeat the question?
are all the costs used to calculate or derive the tariff direct costs?
Yeah, so all of the costs used to derive the tariff are derived basically from the output from the cost of service model. The cost of service model would have provided what it costs to service and provide service to those streetlights. In the tariff design, we would have taken note of that cost, and based on billing paths, then we would have determined what percentage of that cost we want to recover from the streetlight customers. And in this case, we have proposed to the Commission that we do not recover the full cost of service from the streetlight tariff customers, but those customers will be afforded a level of subsidy from other customers.
So, Dr. Carter, in terms of the service cost, the service charge, I think it is called, that, which is I think $10 per light, or just over $10 per light. That includes indirect costs such as I don't know if you are trimming the hedge and so on, or it's just direct costs.
That includes all of the customer-related costs as identified in the cost of service.
Okay.
Dr. Carrot, I think the applicant is looking in terms of your tracing costs to the streetlights, and having recognized that some costs are direct and some costs are indirect. So I think the question is if those costs that are included in your tariff include both direct costs that can be directly attributable to the streetlight program, or if there is some other costs, which would be indirect costs, that are also allocated to the streetlight. So your overall total cost may be made up of direct and indirect. So I think he was asking the question in relation to that.
Right. So.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
So I believe. Okay. Thank you for the explanation. So I believe a lot of that was covered in the testimony on cost of service. So in cost of service, you would appreciate that we allocate direct costs of streetlights as well as indirect costs to provide the streetlight service. A percentage of that cost, cost is a portion to streetlights to provide the service to those customers, and that is found in the testimony on cost of service.
Earlier this morning in your testimony, discussions were raised as to the relation as of the use of the cost of service model as the most appropriate. Do you believe that optimization analysis should also be applied to your cost of service so as to get a more improved outcome in terms of the analysis?
Can you
from your estimation?
Can you explain for me what you mean by optimization?
Okay, there are various models using linear and nonlinear programming that could be applied to the analysis to give you improved understanding as to how to allocate your design, your rate design. And that information would then inform you as to which the optimal rate design for your various customer categories.
Okay. Can you give me examples of those optimization?
So you have the reduced gradient method that is one of the nonlinear programming methods that can be applied, and it is one of the examples that you can use. So let's say you took all of, and I don't want to take up the time here, boring people on this type of thing, but I was just wondering, I was just trying to get from you, if from your perspective, professional opinion, if optimization, if you optimize using optimization modeling of some of the types that I mentioned just now, could be used to improve your rate design.
So that's something we will have to test in the future to see if it improves, those techniques actually improve the rate design. What I would say is that we kind of optimize based on our objectives in our rate design in terms of designing rates to, as much as possible, to recover the revenue requirement, but still result in as minimum rate impact on our customers.
Fair enough. With regards to the customer bills who sell electricity from renewable energy sources, do you include a fuel charge to such customers?
Yeah, so customers are billed a fuel charge for all energy that they consume from the grid.
Okay. And when you purchase electricity from those customers, do you produce and sell such electricity? Is there a savings to the company in terms of the fuel savings?
So we purchase, so the renewable power purchase is a direct pass-through, similar to if we were purchasing fuel. So the cost of purchasing renewable power is passed through to the fuel clause adjustment. So there's no direct benefit in terms of revenue-wise from the purchasing of power from renewable suppliers.
So can you explain why then, if there's a pass-through, as you mentioned, why would you then pass through to a consumer who sells renewable energy and who does not use fossil fuels to produce that energy, is then charged a fuel costs and their energy? Once they've sold you for.
Yeah, please allow him to answer the question.
I was just trying to explain to him a bit, so I hope he got it.
Yeah. So all energy purchased under the Light and Power tariffs are subject to a fuel clause adjustment, and that fuel clause adjustment includes, as you know, all the elements that fuel clause adjustment recovers, such as fossil fuel costs, renewable purchase power costs, and battery recovery costs.
So it is just a cruel twist of fate then that you're saying. That a person who has produced renewable energy, sells that energy, then has to end up purchasing back power with the cost of that fossil fuel, which he did not produce his energy with fossil fuel. I just want to take up with you, Doctor, and I have two last questions here, and it is intended to put before you this morning what you said with respect to the forecast variations in accordance with the Mark McDonald. So, Dr. Carter, this morning during your testimony, did you state that the forecast variation within the Mark McDonald IRRP forecast for 2021 was greater than 5%? In other words, I think you said the error. Was that correct? Was greater than 5%?
That is correct. My estimate was that the error compared to the actuals was not within that 5% range.
Could you inform the hearing as to which particular forecast in 2021 were you referring to? Was it the reference forecast, the minimum forecast, or the maximum forecast?
Okay, the reference forecast, sorry.
Okay, so do you recall what that forecast was, Dr. Carter?
2021, I cannot, I don't recall the exact figure at the moment.
If I told you it was 952, and we reference it against your 904, and we took it as a reference to 904, would you say it is above 5%?
Your calculation, can you give me your calculation then?
Well, my estimate is that it is just around 5%.
Okay.
The minimum, so the reference of 552 reference to 905, and I rounded up your total annual consumption.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
902 of 905.
Mr. Haynes, I want to hear from Council.
Mr. Chairman, given your previous guidance about questions previously asked, the evidence this morning, IRIP/MOT, when you compare their forecasts with actuality, is over 5% error. This was direct evidence given in this morning's session, sir, in relation to what the gentleman is now asking.
I think he was asking a slightly different question, so we'll allow it.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I am putting it to you, Dr. Carter, that the error that you refer to, or the variation that you refer to, the actual was actually just 5% above and therefore it is on the border.
Well, if you prefer to round down to get it in, then I can live with that. But it's certainly
5.1. When you round to 5.
Yeah,
if it was 5.5, Doctor.
I appreciate
Dr.
that.
Carter,
but
it would have been you could say it was outside.
Mr. Haynes, allow him, please.
I would give that to you, but you would also appreciate that 5% is not below 5%.
Is within the degree of error.
Okay.
And I would just want to add to that Dr. Carter, do you recall that the forecast in the Mark McDonald was actually the forecast that was closer to your actual of 904, 905 if I round off, is under 1%, which is the minimum, because the Mark McDonald, do you realize, or are you aware that the Mark McDonald forecast is really a range forecast?
I only reference what the summary table provided in the
Okay.
in the report.
Okay. So, okay. Well, within the report, there were others, a more detailed explanation of the forecast. Chair, I will rest here at this juncture, and I would like to thank the chair for indulging at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Haynes. Mr. Wendt, and I just would like to remind that we would ask you to focus on the questions on your list that were not answered. So thank you, and please proceed with your cross-examination.
Sorry, Chair. Ms. Cummins, I have my hand up. I just wanted to ask a question before you moved on.
We didn't see a raised hand, but if it's just one question, please.
Yes, it's there. It's there. I just wanted to ask who can give the CapEx information on streetlights, since Dr. Carter wasn't able to answer some of Mr. Haynes's questions. We would still like to get an answer.
Mr. Blackman will be willing to provide that information, I believe, on his return, re-examine.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Wayne? Mr. Wayne?
Good, Mr. Chairman, and the commissioners, interveners, company, good morning all. No, good afternoon, I think we're that afternoon already. Dr. Carter, would you please turn with me to page 873? That would be your table, page 6.
Mr. Wendt, you know the normal, we like you to speak into the mic that we could hear you, so.
There's so many documents I have open here. Sorry about that, sir.
Okay, thanks.
Yes. Table case 6, that's page 873.
Yeah, I'm here.
Right. That would be a comparison of the current versus the proposed rates. Do you have the computations of the increases there? 27.7, 21.8, and so on. Normally, I would expect those at the side. I'll come back to it, but to finish off this matter of the street lights, I just got one issue on it. Did you indicate that there was a 50% savings due to the project that was the enhanced project?
Energy savings, there will be 50% savings on the current LED bulb in place versus the bulb that it replaced. So that's savings in terms of energy.
Right. Would you recall, I think the commission did an excellent job yesterday with Dr. Hanser when they were going through some of his material. I think, set the correction, Chair, you might remember better than me, but I think it was about $61,000 that would have been allocated to street lights on the basis of metering, but I don't think that it did apply, if not, even if it did not to that degree. Could that be a factor that drives your cost up on the street lights? Your tariff on the street lights?
So you're speaking about $64,000 relative to $4.6 million?
I think it was about 13% or something. I don't have all the numbers, but I think the chairman highlighted. And the reason I'm asking, though, that's not so important to me. I just want enough to give you a chance to review. Haven't had the savings to the extent mentioned with the project. Is it still reasonable to see the increases on the street light revenue? And I don't have all the detail, running at almost 57%. Could you explain that first?
Right. So yes, there's increased revenue, but I think the important matter for the customer is what is the impact on their bill and the overall impact on the customer's bills from the switch from HPS lights to the LED lights as a result of our proposed rates is actually a reduced bill for those customers, streetlight customers.
Dr. Carter, if I suppose what I am looking at here on the screen is that he's saying the current rates are 2,984. The proposed rates are 4,680.
Correct.
The difference is 57%. And I think the question he's asking is if under the new program, you're expecting a 50% reduction in the cost of the service, why is the proposed rates showing at 57%?
Okay, I understand now.
Chairman, you will have to invite me to your school.
So we aren't expecting a 50% reduction in the cost of service of by street lights. That is not so. We are expecting over 50% reduction in the energy consumption of the street lights, but the cost is not reducing.
Mr. Chairman, I will have to leave that with you because I'm conscious of time, but I didn't want a lot of time to spend on street lights, but that just stood out to me, so I will leave the commission to sort of, get more clarity on it, because it's not really making it. So Dr. Charter, just let's move on, because I have a few things, and I want to get through with them, bearing in mind the concerns of the commission. Dr. Carter, you would have made several reference to the cost study in your memorandum. So you would have mentioned those at page 864, paragraph 3, 865, paragraph 9, and so on. Now, so I'm understanding based on your page 865, paragraph 11, that a big part of your study was to move the cost, the fixed cost, closer, the tariff closer to fixed cost. Would that be correct?
Yeah, so we wanted to move our customers closer to their cost of service, and we also wanted to have a more efficient cost recovery structure within our rates, in that we wanted to recover more of our fixed costs through a fixed billing components.
And in that respect, you did indicate that I think 60% of your fixed costs was going to all categories. Could you give us an idea of what it was before, and how did you arrive at that 60%?
Sorry, can you give me that question again, sorry?
Yes, in your study, I think it was on page, yeah, you said that the cost.
The page was right.
I have to come back. It's critical because I want to see. Yeah. 60%. Yes, that would be page 876. Yes. Yeah, page number 30. I'm sorry about the delay. That's when you set up the sequential process on how you arrive at the tariff. You got, oh yeah, there's it. Yeah, you said that first customer charge was set at approximately 60% of the class unit cost. I assume 60% of the fixed cost across all classes. Is that correct?
Yes, 60% of the fixed customer-related costs we sought to recover through a customer charge.
Right. What was that approximately prior to that, the 60%?
Sorry?
What would have been that? What percent of that cost would have been prior to that 60%?
Okay, so currently we recover about, for domestic service customers, around 8% of our customer-related costs through the customer charge, and I believe around 20% for the commercial class.
Yeah. So that fixed cost you said would have then increased about 52%, or would have gone from 8% to 52%?
Sorry. So in designing the rates, the methodology we apply, as outlined here in paragraph 30 that you mentioned, is that we sought first to recover at least around 60% of the customer-related costs through a customer and the customer charges.
Right. Now, I understand that. What I'm trying to get to is the increase, because I did ask Dr. Hansen, because I had a concern that if the hurdle to get on the service for the lower customers were too high, then you will have some people not even able to get service for that matter. So that's why I want to get an idea where you would have been moving from.
Okay, so maybe I can direct you, if you turn to if you referencing the customer charge as the hurdle, so maybe I can direct you to table K7.
K7, yeah.
Yeah, and in table K7, for the domestic service class, in column 6, you will see there what are our proposed customer charges for the different usage bands within the domestic service class.
Right, but those are not fixed costs, but they change with usage.
Well, they don't change with, okay, so they don't.
No, what I'm getting at is the fixed. So explain to me what you mean by fixed costs then.
Right, so the fixed customer costs they don't change with usage. What we have done here, normally a customer charge, you will not see a customer charge arranged in different kilowatt hour bands as we have here, but we have designed it that way in order to protect lower usage customers from the full cost of service customer charge. So in the table K, you will see that the cost of service customer charge is actually $20. And as I mentioned, we seek to, on average, to recover about 60% of that via a customer charge. And so what we have done here, in order to reduce the impact on lower usage customers, we have set the customer charge for the first 2 blocks of usage below the cost of service, and the last block at cost of service, the last 2 blocks at cost of service. What that does is that gives us the kind of the 60% almost recovery of the $20 customer charge. I should add here that in terms of the customer charge and the usage bands, you are grouped into a particular usage band based on the average of a whole year consumption. So it's not a situation whereby that in in the month of September, you were consuming within, let's say, 140 kilowatt hours, and you were being charged at the first rate there. And then in the month of October, your consumption goes to 151 kilowatt hours, that we then charge you the higher customer charge. You know, what we do, we calculate we put you within the particular consumption band based on an average of your consumption over the past 12 months.
But what I'm saying then from your chart there, which is quite good, is that cost then you're saying is going anywhere from 33%, 40+%. That's the increase on those, for those lower customers, you're saying.
So the
I mean,
customer
if I look
charge,
at where your current charge was and where your new charge is.
right, so the customer charge, let's say, for example, for the first band in the domestic service class is moving, well, we propose it to move from $6 a month customer charge to $8 a month customer charge. That's an increase of $2.
And that's a 33% increase, because what I'm getting, those are the people who are at the margin, really at the margin. So we really are concerned about those groups. So that's 33%, 40%, and perhaps higher. Yeah, so if you could relook at that, I'd be very glad.
So
I think that's where the lifeline rates that I'd like to see. Anyway, but let's move on. I think you got my concern there.
So Mr. Wang, I just wanted to,
yes?
to point out, I think it was mentioned earlier as well, that you shouldn't just look at the specific charges in isolation. What would be a better representation of the impact on customers is to look at their bill as a result of these charges. And for those customers, as you mentioned, that are below 150 kilowatt hours, the bill impact from our proposed rates is actually going to be not exceed that $6 a month for those customers. And again, that's before the customers can take advantage of the 10% bill discount.
So
that
Dr.
falls
Carter,
to actually $2, below $2 when they do. Go ahead.
So Dr. Carter, that's excellent. That takes me then to an important area I want to go. I want to get an idea of your costs by category of customers. So for example, you point out that your domestic customer has a total cost of about, when I look at your impact analysis, there are three bands. You got the demand cost, the energy cost, the customer cost. After that, you got the fuel charge, correct? Could you give me a typical cost for each one of them? Just each one of those bands, please. But I want to understand what you're telling me. So for the domestic class, for the employee, and just go. I want to see what the demand charge for just a typical, what you would consider a typical customer. Demand charge, the energy customer, so I can get a total cost.
Okay, so maybe if I understand your question, maybe I can direct you then to table figure K1 on page 880.
Figure K1, 880. K1 give me the number of customers, isn't it? I want that give me the number of customers, K1. Which table? It's figure K1 or I got table K1?
Yeah, figure K1 on page 808.
880. 80. I got it here though. 880. Yes.
Right. So in terms of a typical customer, so the average customer in the domestic service class, well, the average consumption in domestic service class is around 250 kilowatt hours in a month. And if you look, I think 1, 2, 3, 4. If you look at the table, you will see the bar, basically graph and chart to show basically what is their bill and the and the impact as a result of our proposed rates.
So what would be the demand charge for that group?
Okay, I'm understanding your question better. So for domestic service customers, there isn't a demand charge,
Okay,
but their
zero,
demand
yeah.
costs are currently being recovered within the energy charge.
Right. So what's the
So-
energy cost for that group? What's your charge for that?
So the energy charges, they vary. If you go back to table K7, you will see the
Oh,
energy
typical
charge.
customer.
Right, so the energy charges for, if you go back to table K7, for that customer that is using 250 kilowatt hours, if you go back to table K7, you will see that for their first 150 kilowatt hours, their energy charge currently is 15 cents per kilowatt hour. We are proposing, to that be increased by 2 cents per kilowatt hour. So that's for the first 150 kilowatt hours for that customer. And the remaining 100 kilowatt hours that will make up their 250 consumption will be billed at that consumption, that cost or that rate, energy charge, will move from 17.6 cents, which is current rate, to 21.4 cents, which is an additional 4 cents. So that particular customer, we'll be asking, or we propose that they will pay an additional 2 cents on the first 150 kilowatt hours that they consume, and the remaining 100 kilowatt hours that make up their total consumption be billed an energy charge of additional 4 cents.
Dr. Carter, I'm trying to find an absolute where you would just give me one typical customer would say, just as how you would give me the cost and say, well, the cost of the energy is $5. The cost for the customer charge is Y dollars. So I can get a total, because then I want to add the fuel charge, get the total charge, and then I want to add the VAT to see what's the final impact on the customer. Would you be able to do that for me, or give me that later sometime? So I got some more questions.
Yeah, so
I'd like to see
again, if
a
you go
typical
back,
customer.
right? So if
Yes.
you go right, so if you go back to table figure K1, in that figure you will see basically what is their current bill, which includes VAT,
Yeah.
and you would also see then what is the increase. So you can add the current bill and the increase, so that you can see then what the total bill, including VAT, before the rate adjustment, and what is their total bill after the rate adjustment, and that includes all costs
And when you say all costs, that includes the fuel charge as well?
That's correct.
So you had some examples of those, because I think when we leave here, we got to be sure that the full impact of the customers are there.
And at paragraph 44, just looking at the domestic service tariff, on page 879, you will see that the fuel clause that we would have utilized there was September 2021 fuel clause, which at the time was 32, yes. Correct.
Yeah, okay. But I want to get it. So I really want to see that, because ultimately what people want to hear these $12, and I'll tell you what, you'll see at the end where I'm coming to. Because
right. So that $12, maybe to help you work it out, maybe. So that $12 works out to about 8% bill impact on that customer.
Right. Now, Dr. Carter, you keep mentioning the 10% discount. What percentage of your customers currently, are able to take advantage of that 10% discount?
Well, we believe that all of our customers can take advantage of that
right.
discount. So, I should add, all of our customers that are domestic service customers, we only offer that discount to customers who are on the domestic service and tariff.
And
Thank you for that
Dr.
clarification. Now, my
Carter,
question now, though, my question,
wait,
oh, sorry,
oh,
the chairman
no,
usually is good for me.
no,
Yeah.
I thought you were asking the percentage of those
Yes,
customers
yeah,
who take
what,
advantage of the discount. I thought that was the question he was asking you, not who
correct,
qualifies for the
correct,
discount. If you have
correct.
any idea of the percentage
Yeah,
of the
right.
customers who actually able to take up the
Correct.
discount. I think that was the question.
That's correct, that's correct. They're all eligible, or how many actually with affordability and so on, living from pay to, are able to take it up?
Right. Well, I can't speak in terms of whether or not they are able to take it up. But
Dr.
what I can
Carter,
speak,
no,
No,
I'm just thinking that
But-
if, that, I just think that the question really was, do you know if 5%, 10% of those persons who,
excellent.
if you don't know, you can say you don't know, but we don't need to get into if they're able to or not able to. Just answer the question.
Thank you, Chair. In terms of the customers that do take advantage of the discount,
Yes,
I
yes,
believe
on average.
on average it ranges between 45% and 50% of the customers.
If I had more time, I would want to know in the lower categories, but I'll go with that for now because that has to give you ideas. When you say that the 12% reduces, how many really get the benefit? All right. And also, Dr. Carter, how many of your customers are repeated delinquents? What percentage of those?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Sorry, how many of your customers are repeated delinquents?
I will not have that information.
Tariff might not like that. Anyway, I'll let you off now. But I will tell you 3% once they're my kid. I have to know because that's too key. And then what we do for them. And the reason for that, Dr. Carter, is that we need to make sure that the lower customers, the ones who are smallest, that are having the most problems, that will have the biggest impact, even though $2 might perceive to be small. Dr. Carter, just go with me again now. Dr. Carter, the increases that you're indicating seem to be relatively small. Could you go with me at paragraph? That would probably be, I think that's page 41, paragraph 106 of the recent decision on the interim rates. Yeah. Could you put that up? That's the recent decision on the interim rates, page 41. I think that decision was issued on the 16th of September. Yes. You will notice there, Dr. Carter, thank you very much, that your rates increases, your proposed rates, according to the commission, and my calculations are exactly in line with those, are saying a rudimentary average of the proposed rate is approximately 74%. Rudimentary average. And that some customers, some increases have gone up to 745%. Dr. Carter, how do those numbers relate to the numbers you are telling? Give us some examples. Explain to us why both the commission and I, in our analysis, would arrive at the exact same kind of figures. Explain how your numbers are $2 and so on. Why would it be so?
From my read of the paragraph, I believe the commission is, well, I can't speak for the commission, but from my reading of the paragraph, I believe it is saying that it's referencing the increases for the different billing components through the application. So that 745 may be related to a billing component and not necessarily related to a customer's total bill that increasing by that 745%.
Right. So, my understanding, if I go to the rates entire structure, you're saying that an element, one of them would have increased by 745%. And that's this, you notice it says across the various customer classes, but the rudimentary average of 74% increase with these rates. Is that correct?
Well, I don't know if, what I read there is that that an average increase, if you take average, I suspect what have been done there is you look at 0 and you look at, I don't know, the other ranges and you just take a simple average, they get 74%, but not necessarily that the average bill will increase by 74%. That's my reading of the paragraph.
So are you saying, Dr. Carter, if I take that, are you saying then that the commission may have erred then and give you 37% as the increase?
Sorry? Can you repeat the question?
If I take what you're telling me, it might have been inadvertent then on the commission, because my analysis is exactly like what they're saying, and given 37% increase as the interim relief, would that have been too high?
That the commission erred in giving us a
No,
37%.
based on what you're saying to me, I'm trying to be very clear and want to be fair to you, but I'm here for equity. I'm getting from you, I want to know if what you and I, and the commission and I are totally in line with this. But I'm getting from you that these numbers of 74% are not, put it this way, that your numbers are lower. I don't want to speak to you.
In terms of billing packs, but as I said, what appears here to be happening here is that this is referencing an average of the increases proposed for the different billing components over all of the tariff categories.
And you're in agreement with this then?
I'm not sure I understand your comment in terms of agreement.
You are explaining what you think it is, and I'm asking you if I accept your explanation, are you in agreement then with what is documented there? That those increases then would be, on your same basis, would be 74% you're requested on average, but you've been given 37%. Are you saying that you're in agreement with that?
No, I don't follow what the question you're asking.
I'll leave it there, Dr. Carter. I think the commission would understand that. Dr. Carter, I want to take you now to another aspect of it. Dr. Carter, would you say that the rate base have a major impact, good, on your view of the company's, good, what the company needs to achieve its revenue requirement, and the rate base has that's a major factor?
Yeah, I believe the rate of return is a return on rate base, so it's definitely a factor in determining the revenue requirement.
Yeah, thank you. On the 2nd of October, Chair, I think it might have been Miss Ince, hope I have her name correctly. She would have sent us some additional interrogatories, responses to our interrogatories. And there you would see one to Wayne T3's question 3. It might have come from Sir Blackman. It came in that email of the 2nd of October. Lots of documents. I would like to bring the spreadsheet on that, the Excel spreadsheet on that, correspondence. It gives the return on rate base across years from 20, I think might have been from 2009 up to the test year.
Just give us a minute, please.
Sure. Thank you. That's it. That's it. Dr. Carter, are you seeing the spreadsheet? Thank you very much, Administrator. Dr. Carter, are you seeing the spreadsheet?
Yes, it is. It is on the screen.
Right. That would be rank, I think it's T3-2. Would you be able to take me down, scroll down right to the rate base? I know, no, back on the same one, that would have been our W, I think. Yes. Go down and could you give me what here with the average rate base in 2010? Are you getting the figure of 531.97, the average 531.997?
Yes, I am. I'm seeing that figure.
Right. Now, if you go over to 2015, yes, what do you see there as the rate base?
I would need your assistance.
Yeah.
Calling in.
Are you saying that
can make it out.
the average being 500 and it's, I'll give it to you. Are you saying the average day in 2015 That's looking to me like 500 and averaging 511, is it? Yeah. I'll use 545. So the rate base would have moved from in 5 years' time, for argument's sake, but for $16 million. I'll take the ending of the rate base. That's at 2015. Could you see what the return on the rate base was at that time, Dr. Carter?
I'm seeing a figure to the bottom, but I'm not seeing it's labeled as a return.
9.36%.
Okay.
9.36%. Dr. Carter, in the test year now, so we've got I use the end of because I want to be very kind, the end of the rate base, that would have been 545, 515, which says that the rate base would have increased by $16 million in 5 years, thereabout. We come now to 2016, and I think we had a change of shareholding at the time. But for the next 5 years, Dr. Carter, could you go with me to tell me what the rate base is in the test year? I think they might not be on that, but I think it was said to be 825.89 by Mr. Jennings, and it is in testimony already, 825.891. So it might not, and I'm not saying the schedule, but
Yeah,
that's the.
so at page 679, paragraph 1, the
679, yes?
Yes, paragraph 1, you will see the rate base.
And what number you're getting?
I'm seeing 825, 891, 134.
Right.
Page
So,
679.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, I agree with that. So, so we would have seen that the rate base jump between 2015 and 2020 by, what's your calculation for that, Dr. Carter?
I'm not that gifted to do that calculation.
And that's the difference with I'm giving you 557.34 thereabout in 2015 to 825. I'm getting an increase of $268 million in the rate base.
Okay.
48.1%, 50%. Now, so Dr. Carter, would it be correct that your revenue requirement of $46.5 million is effectively driven by the magnitude of that rate base? What's your rate of return on rate base? Can you give that to me?
Sorry, can you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, what's your rate of return on the rate base?
The current rate of return, if you turn to...
Yeah, the rate, no, the one you're requesting. I think you have it.
Right, so the requested rate of return in my Schedule K, that can be found, in table K4.
Is that correct? Yeah.
Sorry, Mr. Bank,
Is that 8.79? Sorry, because I'm flicking between.
8.79%.
8.79%. So would your 46.5 million requested be the 8.79 of that 825.891 million?
Sorry, I really don't understand the question.
The question is, your revenue requirement is $46.5 million. Is that correct?
No, that's incorrect. Or
Isn't
the
that not, on your same table, 871, that table 4, is not that equal 46.475 running
Mr.
for?
Wayne, you've moved away from the microphone.
Sorry. I'm trying to do, yeah, sorry, Dr. Carter, please bear with me. On your page 871, your tier 4 table, I would understand that your revenue requirement would have been the 46.475 there. Would that not be correct?
no, that is incorrect. That column 10 basically represents the additional revenue required
In the test year?
as a result of our proposed rate. Correct.
But that well, we have to turn to table 719 then, page 719. You have to turn with me to page 719 because they should reconcile.
Sorry, page 7.
Volume, that's going to be in 719. That probably is volume 3. I know that page by heart, so that's going to be page 719. It's got to be a revenue requirement. 719. 719. Yeah, it's correct. Has to be. Your rate increase must be that exact same figure. Otherwise, you're either robbing yourself or you're charging too much.
So
that 46,475.31, that has to be your revenue requirement in the test year. Are you in agreement? No, have to be. That has to be. That has to. Can't differ. Six, 8, 4. Yeah. Yeah. So you had me a little worried there.
what is the question, Mr. Wayne?
Question is that your 46, I rounded up to 46.5 million, which was on your schedule. That's table K4, which you say is your stable cost of service, but that's to get the revenue. Has to be exactly equals to the revenue requirement in the test year. Otherwise, I'm not understanding.
Right. So the point I was making, Mr. Wayne, was that it is not, that figure doesn't represent the total revenue requirement. That figure represents the addition to additional revenue that is.
I agree with you, man. All these big guys here. Yeah. You add that to the 2020. Okay. Sorry. If I mislead you, sorry. But what I'm asking you, if that increase is what reflects, is taken as your 8.79, was it, percent times the rate base.
Correct.
Correct. We are on the same page now.
So the rate of return.
Here we go now, Dr. Carter. In your testimony, if I am understanding you to tell me.
So hold on.
No, go ahead. Sorry.
So that is so let's go back to the table K that you referenced. Sorry.
Yes, please go ahead. Yeah, I'm with you. That's K4. Which table do you want?
Table K4, page,
yes.
871.
Yes, I got that.
All right. So the rate of return being requested, maybe let's go to table K5 instead. Yes, let's scroll down.
K5, yes.
All right.
I've got both open, yeah.
All right. So the K5, so the rate of return being requested You can see in the first, well, the second row, column 7,
Column
sorry,
six?
column
Column
6,
six.
is 8.79,
Correct.
8.79%, right?
Yes.
You take that and you multiply that, yes, by the rate base
And,
at columns 2, and you get basically the targeted return at column 9. The difference between columns 9 and columns 3 should basically give you that efficiency that we require of that 46.
we're game. Where are game? So come with me now. So we're all game here. The numbers are no problem anymore. So explain to me then, Dr. Carter. You indicated that your sales had been either flat or declining over the period. I think you might have, I'm only going to go from the last right here, and you might have gone from early. That doesn't bother me. What I would need you to explain to me, how is it that your sales are flat, but your rate base has increased by almost 50%, which then produces this revenue requirement of $46 million, which is driving the increases in the rates.
Yeah, so I don't believe there's any direct correlation between the sales growth and the value of the revenue requirement. Sorry, and the value of the rate base. The rate base is well, included generally is the value of the assets, the net rate base of the assets basically used to produce the service. And there's no direct, I would say, correlation between that that amount there and sales.
That response surprised me, Dr. Carter, but I will take it for what it's worth. What I'm trying to get to, though, is could you help me to understand then why would a significant investment be spending year on year? Now, that is in additions to the steam plant, should have been retired in 2012. Explain to me, why would all that money be spent, $280-something million for flat sales?
Yeah. So I believe that testimony was already given to this, but you will recall that you have plant that will be retired. You have new plant, as we have here, the Clean Energy Bridge plant that is providing significant savings to customers, and that definitely would add to the rate base.
Right. I'm going to leave this there. I think the commission see where it is. So Dr. Carter, just two last ones for you because we're all getting ready for lunch. I have a lot more, but I think I've covered the most pertinent ones because I'm conscious of the time. Dr. Carter, you keep referring to the Clean Energy Bridge. And I really appreciate the Clean Energy Bridge coming on stream. I'd hope that based on the testimony of 2010, we would have had the Clean Energy Bridge years ago because these savings we would have been realizing long ago. Did you make an assertion, Dr. Carter, that because of these savings on the Clean Energy Bridge, that the increase in the rates is actually resulting in effectively a reduction?
Yeah, so the net effect of our...
Could you explain that? Yeah.
Okay, so we are requesting in this application, on average, an additional 5 cents per kilowatt hour on rates. And the Clean Energy Bridge, which came online and started production, full month of production in the month of July, we estimate will deliver benefits in terms of fuel savings and therefore bill savings in excess of 11 cents per kilowatt hour. So if you look at the additional revenue per kilowatt hour requested from this rate review, and you look at the savings that we expect will be delivered from the Clean Energy Bridge, again, that is a major part of this rate request here, you will see that the net effect is really a reduction in overall costs to our customers. And I should point out that, in July alone, the savings from the Clean Energy Bridge were around, in terms of fuel cost savings, were around $10 million. And in August, the savings to our customers were around $9 million. So in 2 months, time, you can see the amount of savings already being delivered by this plant to our customers, and it have been reflected in customers' bills of our customers.
Dr. Carter, I thank you so much for that. You would not believe, because all that says to me is that a number of things. Clean Energy Bridge should have been in place since 2012, as it should have been, or some medium speed diesel. But more importantly,
Mr. May, no testimony, please.
Question. Would customers be able then, from what you're saying to me, be expecting that your increase in rates would lead to net reduction in their bill?
So as I mentioned, the request is for additional 5 cents per kilowatt hours. And I would say in the month of, I think July alone, at the end of July, you would have seen that the savings were from the Clean Energy Bridge were in excess of 8 cents per kilowatt hours. So already, you can see that the net effect on customer bills is a reduction.
Okay. Dr. Carter, I'm leaving this here because I'm very conscious of time. I'm so sorry I didn't have more time with you on this, because I would want to know what the oil prices were to see if the differences in oil prices.
Mr. May,
but I can't hold it. Last question, Mr. Chairman. And you got me on the real rap, Chairman, because I can't get to unravel at all. But I will have some of this in my witness, in the rapid statement. So, Dr. Carter, final question for you. The commission, quite impressed, really, highlighted some queries with Dr. Hans's cost study. Do you expect that the proposed tariffs now, because I think he used to make some adjustments and so on, do you expect that the proposed tariffs that you've proposed will have to be adjusted once he makes his changes to reflect, those highlights that the commission would have drawn to attention?
So based on the testimony yesterday and the cross-examination, I analyzed what the commission had, the areas the commission had concerns about. There were, as I recall, there were specifically the areas in terms of streetlights being allocated meter reading costs. That the suggestion there was that should be remedied, as well as the property insurance and the concern surrounding that made the adjustments to the cost of service models to see what would be the impact of those changes on cost of service, and therefore, and also on the rate design. And based on my analysis, the changes that will result from the reallocations required for the cost of service will not result in any significant difference in terms of typical bills on our proposed rates. So I think our current rate design is still an appropriate rate design for this application, even with the adjustments kind of proposed or recommended coming out of the testimony yesterday.
Yeah. Well, so I'd leave you there with that, Dr. Carter, only to be mindful that the commission, if I understand, has requested the model.
Yeah.
And so there might be further changes. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I have a few more questions, but they wouldn't be anything else I'll put in my, that's pertinent, I will put those in my closing statements. On that, Mr. Chairman, could I get an indication of where we're, in terms of the schedule?
We will discuss it after. We will discuss it a
After
little
that?
later.
Oh, that's good.
Okay.
That's good. That's good. Thank you all very much
Yeah.
indeed.
Thank you, Mr. Wayne. And I just, Dr. Carter, would just like to have a little additional questions in relation to a question that Mr. Wayne would have posed. And I would just like, if you could bring up page 875 of the application for me, please. In relation to, we just like to get right. Okay. This is it here. This eight. Oh, yeah. Go back up to 876, just 870. No, this is it. Of the application, I note paragraph. This 876. This is 2/3. Yeah, 876. Yes. And it is paragraph 30. I think Mr. Wayne had raised this question in relation to this 60%. Cost of service, right? Did the company rely on any authoritative source when you decided to use this 60%? Could you point, did you rely, how did you, you're using 60%, but what is the purpose for using 60%?
Yeah, so we seek to recover 60% of the customer-related fixed costs.
We understand that. I'm just asking you, if there's any authoritative source that you would have used to say the 60%.
So there isn't, I don't totally understand what you mean by authoritative source, but what I would say is that the 60% was based on an iterative process whereby we look at different percentages and we try to balance between getting closer to the cost of service in terms of recovery, the customer charge, and the bill impacts on our customers. And the 60% was found to be a reasonable balance of those objectives.
Okay, so we're talking about this whole question of reasonable balance. So some customer classes, right, are seeing large increases in customer charges. Yeah. For instance, a customer taking large power service would see their customer charge go from $300 to $1,587 per month.
Yep.
Correct?
Correct.
So is there a specific percentage at which the Baptist Lighting Power would think that any increase in the fixed charge is unreasonable? Because is this reasonable? This moving from 300 to 1587?
Yes, so we think it is reasonable, given that currently, if you look at the cost to serve customer charge, it's still significantly below the cost of service to provide that customer-related cost to that customer. So it's actually, what we're proposing is actually below what, a more cost reflective rate design would actually propose. And again, it is a danger to just look at, again, one billing component. I think what is important is actually looking at the results in terms of the total bill impact on that particular customer, right? And okay, so there are a number of, you would also notice that the energy charge have not changed for that particular for large power customers.
No, I'm just saying you're talking about bill impact, but
because
from
that's what
300
customers. So I think
from 300 to
300
to 1587.
to 1587, but look at the overall bill impact on the particular customer. The overall bill impact on the particular customer is not that to that extent. If you look at, you mentioned large power customers, so we can maybe go to speak about large power customers.
Dr. Carter, have you provided any evidence which shows the total bill impact anywhere in your application?
We provided the bill impacts for each customer class in our application.
No, I said the total bill impact. You just referred the chair that he has to look at it in regard to the total bill impact.
Correct.
Have you led any evidence which shows the total bill impact across any customer class which will bear out the statements that you are here making?
Yes, we have provided the total bill impact for all customer classes in our application. If you look at under each tariff provided, we provided also, as is a requirement of our filing, to provide the billing impact for each customer class, and we have done that in our application.
Directing us to.
Okay, yeah. So if you go to so if you go to the large power discussion, which starts from page 889.
89?
Yes, 889. Okay. And maybe more specifically, since we are referencing bill impacts, let's go to paragraph 104. Paragraph 104, which is, 891, sorry. So there you will see what is the average bill impact for customers on the large power tariff, and it's not, sorry.
This is in relation to large power.
That's correct.
Okay, so it'll be 22%.
22%. And that varies, obviously, depending on the customer and depending on their demand characteristics. And we would have responded to some interrogatories, particularly, I believe, from Breer, which we would have provided a more kind of breakdown for different customers in terms of different usage categories, and we would have shown what are the likely impacts of our proposed rates there as well.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Carter. So the time is now 1:15, so we'll take a lunch recess and we'll resume at 2:15. Mr. Boyce,
Here.
your witness.
I believe he's on his way. Dr. Carter, sir. I left him upstairs recuperating, but I think he's on his way down.
Recuperating?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. He's on his way down, sir. Chairman, with your leave, I'll go on.
Good afternoon, everyone. We continue with the cross-examination of the witness and now invite Lieutenant Colonel Brown to begin your cross-examination.
Okay, good afternoon, Chairman, everyone. Good afternoon, Dr. Carter. I don't have that many questions, and Mr. Chairman, if you would put your mind and that of Mr. Alain at rest. Most of my questions will begin with, can you help the coalition to understand? So I don't think anybody asked those before. So. Dr. Carter, you were at pains to outline the issue of flat sales in recent times affecting the company's rate planning. May I ask, with all of the detailed analysis that you obviously has done, surely it would have been expected with the penetration of renewable energy technologies on the network that sales were likely to have been thusly impacted, and we would have thought that your projections would have made allocation for expected flat sales as a result of the RE penetration, which would then have been compensated by income from the new emerging renewable energy market. So how have you been wrong in that assumption?
I don't believe that we have been wrong in the assumptions in terms of sales. Sales are, the actual sales are coming in at around our projections. So I wouldn't say that we were wrong in our assumptions.
No, okay. I wasn't suggesting that you were wrong. I was asking how we are wrong in not expecting that you would have made appropriate arrangements with the expectation for RE income, and that in fact sales could have been expected to be flat or even reducing. I take it you didn't make those projections. Those were not made. And let me ask my next question. If the Barbados National Energy Policy is successful as outlined by the government, is it your expectation that traditional sales will continue to fall, and that the expectation is that additional new business, compensating new business, should be incoming to BLPC from the new emerging renewable energy market. Is that not the expectation?
Yeah, so the expectation is that we would, as the renewable penetration grows, that we would work together with the regulator and the other stakeholders to develop mechanisms to ensure that we are able to maintain a reliable power supply.
Thank you. And that is a very, very general answer, and that is the impression we always got. What we anticipated at this particular stage would be specific accommodation and plans and projections for this known change, namely the RE penetration, such that an application for rates now would provide guidance to the Commission as to what the company's expectations are and what the costs to customers are likely to be. So, for example, if you look at your table H2 on page 757, you gave 4 of the considerations that drive your expected sales, your temperature, growth, fuel costs, and population. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Why would the level of renewable energy penetration into your system not be one of those considerations in 2022?
So it is a factor, but it's not a major factor as yet in terms of our projections, mainly because of the way we have been able to integrate renewables. We have, through consultation, been able to have in place a mechanism which is, as I mentioned, the buy all, sell all, which have significantly helped in integrating renewables onto the grid in a way that all customers actually benefits and all customers actually contribute towards those costs. I would expect, as I mentioned, as renewables continue to grow, that we will continue to work together to find mechanisms. One mechanism that we have here, we have proposed in this rate application is actually to remove, I shouldn't say remove, but to rely on our fixed cost recovery more on fixed costs, customer billing components versus trying to recover all of our fixed costs or most of our fixed costs through the variable energy charges. That alone will make a significant difference in how we sustainably transition towards this renewable vision in the future.
Thank you for raising that, because that allows me to ask you something about that, and without fear of Mr. Ali intervening. But in the meantime, did you not suggest that the econometric models that you have been using have been in use since the days of the PUB?
No, I haven't suggested that.
Have they been in use since the days of the PUB?
I can't answer that. I'm not aware.
You're not aware. Would you agree that given the level of transformation projected in the energy market in Barbados by the government of Barbados no less, that the current models being used for cost of regulation study are clearly outdated and need to be modified to reflect the true situation in Barbados now? Would you agree with that?
Well, there's always room for improvement in any mechanism that is used for pricing, and I would expect that that over time, as renewables continue to grow and we see the different challenges and opportunities that are created by this shift, that we would modify our regulatory tools to ensure that we again are able to maintain a reliable and efficient grid as a result.
Did you indicate that the estimated current level of penetration in Barbados is between 9 to 10%?
9 to 10%, you mean, of sales. So currently, currently, in our estimates, yes, we.
Right, that's fine.
Yeah.
I'm sure you did. But at what stage would you, in answer to my previous question, you said that as this comes on stream, as the penetration of RE into the system comes on stream, you're going to put systems in place. Would you not consider a 10% penetration a fairly advanced stage of penetration?
Yes, it is.
So precisely when would you have, what kind of stage do you have in mind then when we can start to see the systems that I've been trying to describe come online?
Well, we have already started to propose mechanisms in thinking about the future. One of those mechanisms that we have made an application for, I think, since 2020 was our Clean Energy Transition Rider, which we have proposed in anticipation of the growth in RE penetration to help facilitate that. And we are currently awaiting a decision from the regulator on that application.
Okay, thank you for raising the clean energy bridge. I could probably ask one also question on that too.
Sorry, Clean Energy Transition Rider, sorry.
The transition rider. Free. Anything to do with clean energy, that opens my appetite. So, when you were listing the whole question of the rate design objectives, that was very, very interesting, and I actually understood pretty well what you're trying to do. You actually mentioned 4 key objectives: revenue adequacy, fairness to all customers, efficiency for each class to reflect the actual service type, and rate stability. Is that generally correct?
That is.
Would you not have thought that in 2022, or well, 2020, if you want to use the year that we reference here, we're using, that BLPC rate design should see probably most of all, one of the key objectives would be to achieve the best overall economies of scale countrywide, so that the best energy efficiencies can be achieved for all residents. In other words, how do you explain the missing and overarching intent to maximize efficiency in Barbados from your list of key rate design objectives? Because I ask this because when you answered just now, I would have thought that the overall success of the Barbados National Energy Policy and the overall interests of each individual customer in Barbados would have been top of the priorities, and that is not coming across. So that even though you agree that the speed of the transformation, the commitment to the transformation, yet in this hearing where you are approaching the Commission to review rates, none of your formulas reflect any indication of a move towards a new renewable energy environment. And now you listed your 4 key...
Lieutenant Colonel Brown, Council has his hand raised. Just a minute, please. Darlene?
Yes, sir, I would suggest that a question should be asked of the witness so we can get through, as opposed to a long statement of Lieutenant Colonel Brown's preferences.
Yeah, yes.
So
yes. Ask the question.
So that was a question I was asked. It happened to be a long, complicated one, and it was so because people like Mr. Annie would understand, but I can ask it short as well. Do you think that enough emphasis is being placed in seeking to ask Barbadians to pay increased rates on the impact and implication of the change to renewable energy in Barbados at the moment?
Well, I see as a continuum, and in our rate proposal, we definitely have made proposals here that will provide our customers with more accurate price signals towards the future. Within our application, we are proposing that our rates to be more cost reflective, to be more related to the cost of service, in that and that is shown in our proposal for the customer charges, and our proposal to reduce the recovery of fixed costs from the variable and variable charges. We also, in our rate proposal, have proposed to separate, disaggregate the fuel clause to implement a renewable purchase power adjuster, and that will be a critical, I believe, a critical indicator for the country to show how we are transitioning towards our 100% renewable vision, and how and the cost implications of that transition. So I believe that in our application, we have definitely made a number of steps, a number of proposals to help our customers recognize that there's a change in the environment, that the new environment is really a new normal, that we are setting going about. I think it was mentioned by our managing director that we have some of the highest penetration rates of renewables. And the objective here, the policy objective of government, is to transition us to 100% renewables. And in order to do that, we have to start with the correct pricing structure for our rates. And we believe that in our proposal, what we propose is actually starting that process to get us to where we need to get in order, again, to sustainably get to this policy objective that the whole nation is working towards.
Okay, thank you for that. I don't need such long answers either. I think we can be guided with Mr. Allen in that. So just to close this item, are you suggesting, Dr. Carden, that there's no need to provide the kind of guidance to the Commission at this stage in applying for a rate increase that of critical factors influencing rates even as we speak, but none of your formulas have included this consideration so that the Commission can actually be guided as to what is actually happening? We need to take your word for it. That is my interpretation of what you say. Is that correct or not?
Well, I was reminded a number of times during this hearing that I am not at liberty to guide the Commission. And so I believe that we present the information to the Commission, and the Commission makes their decisions based on the information that we provide, as well as based on other information that may be available to them.
Excellent answer. Politically correct. You responded to a question from interviewer Mr. Worm by saying that the company has no issues with customers who are able to find cheaper options. Is that generally correct?
That we have no issues with, sorry?
With customers who may be able to identify cheaper solutions than that offered by BLPC.
I think what I was saying is that we have no issues with customers that try to utilize their energy in a more efficient manner. So we encourage customers to use our power as efficiently as possible.
Okay, so in fact you are agreeing then that to the extent that large numbers of your customers are able to find cheaper and better alternative energy deals than are available through BLPC, we agree that if to the extent that this is true, this would represent a major weakness in your rate design approach?
No, I disagree with that, because again, once our pricing is right, once we set...
But you can't take that for granted. How you mean once the pricing is right? The pricing may not be right. That's exactly my point. So I'm trying to understand, like,
Mr. Commissioner, may the witness be allowed to answer the question? Mr. Brown, Lieutenant Colonel Brown has just interjected himself.
Mr. Chairman, he can answer, and then they will ask the same thing at the end anyways. I don't have anywhere to go. So.
Okay, Mr. Brown, okay. Mr. Carter?
Sorry, Mr. Brown, can you repeat the question, please?
I can't remember the question. I believe Senator Boyce can repeat it because he has access to it. I was asking Dr. Carter, in all seriousness now, that are you not concerned that to the extent that people in Barbados who are intended to be customers, satisfied customers of Barbados Light and Power Company, can find alternative avenues of meeting their energy needs, clearly reflects a weakness in your rate design methodology, to the extent that your methodology may be leading you to charge rates higher than the market is able to generate. Is that a concern or is it not a concern?
We definitely do not want to charge rates that does not reflect the cost of the value service. And so in our rate design, we are recommending or proposing that the rates reflect as close as possible, given the billing paths and balancing efficiency as well as the rate impacts, that the rates go as close as possible to the cost of the value service.
So is it a fact that there are significant numbers of businesses in Barbados now currently offering customers the opportunity to access their own energy independently of the BLPC?
Yes, we are aware that there are businesses out there offering opportunities for customers, to reduce their costs.
Exactly. So does that suggest that in the open market, your prices may not be as competitive as you have been trying to give the impression to the Commission?
I don't think so. I think our prices are very competitive. There's one thing to offer a solution, and it's another thing to deliver a solution. And Light and Power have demonstrated over the years that we deliver a reliable service at a reasonable price, and customers have demonstrated their appreciation towards the service that we provide.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. I understand your answer. Don't necessarily agree, but I fully understand your answer. So let's move on. Your reports, and there have been excellent reports. I must tell you that I actually understand the rate setting process as a result of having read your report much better. However, there's a number of, I need your assistance in helping my members to understand a couple of concepts that missed us. We noticed, are you concerned at the extent to which you have been using, international experts to come up with fairly complex theoretical concepts, as we saw them, for example, in the case of cost of equity, cost of capital, and now more recently the cost of service, only then for us to hear of completely subjective smoothing moderation being applied to these formulas, and using objectives like quote-unquote fairness, midpoint averages, country risks, arbitrary. Well, I use the word arbitrary, and I was told that they weren't arbitrary, but I can't think of another word that's appropriate, to be quite honest. So basically what we saw were complex formulas coming up with answers, and then these so-called smoothing constants being arbitrarily applied to come up with projections that you're then handing over to the Commission just to set rates. You yourself, Mr. Carter, spoke in terms of rate stability and protection of special classes, protection of vulnerable classes, and while we understand the thinking behind it, do you accept that this is totally subjective?
If you can give me an example of a smoothing, arbitrary approach that we have using in our rate design, that would be helpful.
Well, I think if we look at your table, on page 872, K5, basically, whereas the Commission gave at the last hearing, whereas you're applying for a general rate increase. You have taken the liberty to actually distribute this as you see fit across the various rate classes. Is that not the case?
Well, the cost of service tells us initially how the distribution should be done, and we consider the billing parts of going strictly to cost of service, and based on those billing parts, in the interest of our customers, we have made certain decisions not to let customers bear the full cost of some of the cost of service results.
You just answered my question perfectly, because we have made some decisions about this. You understand what I mean? That's what eludes us. The fact is that this appears to be, so how can you help us to not feel that these are just numbers that you came up with that make the whole output appear to be fair when there's no basis for it?
So as you mentioned, in the application, we would have outlined the methodology that we utilize. So it's a clear methodology that we utilize in the setting of the design of the rates. It is not something just pulled out of the blue, that arbitrary. There's a method to what we have done here, and it's a method to what we are proposing here to the commission.
I have no doubt about that, but in response to a question from one of the commissioners, we have not seen details of that methodology. Is that not correct?
Well, you mentioned to me that that the schedule was quite clear in outlining the method for rate design.
Oh yeah, no, it was clear in outlining what you actually did, so you understand that. There are some aspects of what you did that did not make sense to me, and this is what I'm trying to get clarified now. Precisely some of those subjective decisions that you made, the results look quite pretty at the end. But I suspect that the commission, and certainly my members, are deeply interested in the methodology that actually led you to those smoothing techniques.
Yeah.
And whereas you may have the full understanding.
The question.
Okay, right.
So you're asking just short. You're asking for the methodology.
No, he gave me the methodology. I was just trying to make clear that it is the lack of the methodology of our knowledge of the methodology is what lags in our minds. But I think he's answered that, so I'm not going to pursue that. Just the question I would like to ask Dr. Carter, from his considerable experiences, is there a good reason why there is not more of a reliance on market forces to set such rates, for example, as the return on the rate of return on the rate base? I mean, for example, we were led to understand.
Dr. Brown, yes, you have a question.
One
question, and then ask the second one.
But sir, no problem.
Answer the question, Dr. Carter.
So I believe Mr. Brown is asking me about rate of return on rate base.
That's right.
And I believe that the Director of Finance would have covered that, as well as our expert witness on cost of capital. It's not my area for this rate proceeding.
So see, Mr. Chairman, that way I was going to ask the second question.
Well, no, you asked this, but I'm saying that you were putting a number of questions to the witness.
Okay,
so I just wanted you to. So you can ask the second question now.
Thank you. So we fully appreciate that this is not your area's expertise, but we all know that it is something that better than most other people, you have a good understanding of. Let's say, for example, that there was an investor in the market who was willing to accept 7% rate of return on investments in lightning power. Why should this available savings on capital not be available to ordinary customers, and why should the Commission not have sight of such competition and be in a position to make directives to the benefit of customers?
Mr. Chairman, that's a hypothetical which presumes a fact, asking the witness to determine a potential reality, then to make a further supposition as to whether the Commission should have access to certain information. It's clearly impossible for the witness to answer a question that is stretched out as a hypothetical, sir.
Mr. Chairman,
May
sir.
it be rephrased, please.
The witness is an expert witness. One of the few people, probably the only person in Barbados with the level of qualifications to speak genuinely on this. And this is the opportunity for my members to actually get a good understanding of it. I think Senator Boyce could relax a little bit. It's really a learning experience for us. Sir.
Sir, all quips aside, the intervener is asking the witness about a hypothetical fact in relation to a hypothetical investor who seeks a hypothetical rate of interest, and then to the witness to put his mind into that of the commission, which he's been cautioned against doing, to determine what the commission's position would be. Clearly, that is an unfair question, sir, and should be rephrased.
So I'll withdraw the question, sir. That will probably save a lot of time. Okay, Dr. Carter, you actually spoke on numerous occasions. In fact, the reason I'm asking is because you refer to it so often about the efforts that your process has gone through to protect vulnerable groups in the society. And when we look at the same rate table, we can see how you attempted to protect the domestic class and those using less than 150 units and all that. In the final analysis, sir, is the cost of electricity in Barbados not so fundamental? Is it not so absolutely fundamental that even if you were to give the electricity free to that vulnerable group, the net increases that you put on will go to that group anyhow, because the businesses will pass it on in their markups. The only people who can't pass it on is that same vulnerable group. In other words, is it worth the effort of going to all this, or is this just a PR exercise? Because the cost of electricity is too fundamental to be escaped by that class that you're trying to protect. Is that not the case?
So what is the question, sir?
The impact of the cost of an increase in electricity is too fundamental in Barbados to be able to protect that vulnerable class that you've identified. So all the dancing and rigmarole to give the impression that large numbers of Barbadians will escape these increases, do you agree that that is just PR?
No, I disagree. As a result of this rate application, the net result is a decrease in customers' bills. So I actually expect that customers will have more disposable income in their hands as a result of our rate application.
Okay, thank you for going that, because my next question is related to that. And you had mentioned before that as a result of this rate increase, there's going to be a net decrease to customers. Is that correct? Because of the clean energy bridge?
Correct.
Right. And if I ask, had the clean energy bridge or its equivalent been put in place in 2012 as promised in the last rate hearing, would what you're saying now still be true, or would these savings have been in place for all those 11 years?
So 2012 is, you're asking me to
You're
comment on what could have happened, would have happened.
I'm asking you to use the same analysis that you used to tell me what savings the people will get going forward because of your rate change, to tell me what would likely to have been the scenario over the last 11 years had the clean energy bridge or some similar efficient generating equipment being put in place as promised in the 2010 rate hearing.
Right, so I can't speak to that, but I can speak to what customers are actually seeing today in terms of the impact of the clean energy bridge.
All right, I'll take that as your answer that you can't speak to that. That's fine. I'll speak to it because I did some rough calculations. And basically, you suggested to us, am I not right, that in July alone, there's likely to be a $10 million savings in energy to customers?
In fuel costs.
In fuel costs, right. Now, had this equipment been in place since 2012, let's toss numbers around, 10 years, that's what? A lot of months. At $10 million per month. I mean, you're talking $1 billion. So I don't think we need any significant mathematical genius to see the loss of expected savings to customers clearly have been quite significant. So whereas it is fine, and we do appreciate the fact that there will be savings going forward, I think of more import to my members, and should be to the commissioner, to the commissioners, is the lost opportunity by not having made proactive decisions in the interest of customers for such a long period of time. Would you agree with that?
No, I disagree.
You disagree? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so
Coming to my final questions, they're not going to be too much longer. The 10% return on rate base was set in 2010 in an era when such interest rates were fair and quite reasonable. Is that your understanding?
when such interest rates?
Yeah, typically mortgage interest rates were in the region of 12% and loans were 8%. I mean, that was the ballpark figure for interest rates in that, was it not, around 2010?
Interest rates were definitely higher than they are today.
Thank you very much. That's a reasonable response to that. Has there been a review of the reasonableness of a 10% expectation, particularly in the year 2020, in considering this rate application, given that 2020 was a year when Barbados itself suffered a decline of near 20% loss of GDP? Was there any consideration of the reasonableness of that 10% return or rate of return in 2020?
Yes, so it's clear. Well, it's clearly pointed out in our application that we don't believe that the 10% rate of return is appropriate in this particular environment. And hence, in our application, we are proposing and we believe that the correct cost of capital during the test year was 8.79%, which is somewhat less than the 10% that was approved back in 2010.
And you think appropriate in an environment where the country itself and practically all of your customers would have undergone a decline that has been estimated by the central bank to be approaching 20%, a decline of 20%? Is 8%, you think, you're suggesting that this is a reasonable compromise on the company's part?
Well, it represents the cost of capital.
Okay. We understand. I have to tell you, and let me see how we can get this as a question. Is this demand, you would think, not somewhat like the company demanding its pound of flesh?
Objection argumentative, Mr. Chairman. Do I?
All right, withdrawn then in that case. Finally, Dr. Carrington, as I said, I found your presentation quite enlightening, and I actually definitely, I think both me and a number of my other members that we discussed it, got a better understanding of the rate setting process, and we appreciate that. But can you point myself or my membership, and certainly the commission, to any specific data in your memo on which you are actually relying to convince the Fair Trading Commission that ratepayers should now pay increased rates into a company where we can see retained earnings of $354 million, almost zero corporate debt, a situation of privately held share capital with guaranteed, protected rate of return guaranteed to them, zero investment income from shareholders in decades now, and where 86% of all the income generated since 2011, over $500 million have been paid in dividends to shareholders. And where exactly in your report does it show the kind of stress on the company finances that would dictate the Fair Trading Commission now asking Barbadians to put more money into this operation?
So I believe that we have, over the last 12, 13 days, I think the company have demonstrated that its contribution towards the country in terms of providing a safe and reliable electricity supply. The company have also demonstrated its current financial position and its current rate of return, which is at 3.31%, which is inadequate, well, by most measures within the industry to adequately finance the operation of a reliable electric utility. And we have definitely presented what it actually costs to serve our customers, and that the appropriate return on capital is 8.79%.
So your answer is that the 3.3 return on is indication that there's a need for an increase in rate. Is that your answer? Because what I asked you was, going through your presentation, looking in there, was trying to see exactly what specific numbers would suggest to the company, and therefore to the commissioner and to Barbadians, to my members, that there's a need for this increase. And you're saying 3.3.
Council has raised his hand, Mr. Brown.
Oh, sorry, sir.
Chair, I meant to make this point earlier, but I lowered my hand as Dr. Carter made his effort to answer. The reality is Dr. Carter has filed a memorandum relative to rate design. It is not designed to show financial pressure on the company. Lieutenant Colonel Brown has had all opportunity with the finance director to test whether there is financial distress on the company. It's inappropriate to be asking Dr. Carter to speak to that on the basis of a memo on rate design.
Mr. Chairman, ultimately, the customers of Barbados do not pay the financial controller, sir. They pay rates. And how those rates are designed and imposed on customers is exactly the answer to how charges are being transferred to customers. What the financial controller will do is tabulate and give overall reports, but it is the actual rate design and the rate application and the rate approval that will impact on my members and on customers in Barbados. So I would beg to differ with my friend, Mr. Darling. Seriously, sir.
Sir, the question asked of Mr. Dr. Carter was to show in his memo on rate design where the financial pressure is. It is inappropriate. It is a memo on rate design.
I would go with your judgment, Mr. Chairman. What do you say?
But I do believe that Dr. Carter had given an answer to the question.
Actually, sir,
and I believe he did, Chair, and that's why I left it. But he went at it again. Lieutenant Brown went at it again, and that is when I interrupted.
Yeah.
So I appreciate that, and I apologize. And I apologize to Mr. Allen. I didn't know he was counting how many times I say things. So, I have a way of repeating things. So I'm a soldier, you know, so sometimes you have to give orders 2 or 3 times. That's how it works. Last thing, Dr. Carter. One of the things that you have been saying that we actually like a lot and we want to support, but we want to understand a little bit better, is this whole question of moving to a situation where the cost of electricity reflects what you charge customers for usage reflect what you're actually selling to them. And we understand where you're going with your fixed costs. Here's the question I have for you, sir. Is this not just another attempt to use subjective criteria, in this case now you're using what you call fixed costs, to try to adjust for a fundamental flaw in your rate setting methodology? And, well, I have to stop and let you answer that before you ask you the real question I want to ask.
No.
Good. I'd like that answer too. So, would you agree that the fundamental problem here is that Lightning Power is selling apples and billing for pears? If you would like me, I could explain that before you, because it may be a confusing question.
Thank you.
Would you agree with me that what Lightning Power sells to its customers is more in line of a power purchase, on-demand power purchase service? That's what you actually sell to customers. But what you actually bill is energy, number of units at X dollars per unit. Is that generally correct?
What we sell to customers is actually convenience, reliability, affordability, safety,
Quality, reliability.
excellent service,
That's
that its value, in my opinion, surpasses the price that we ask customers to pay.
You're preaching to the converted. What do you bill customers for?
We bill customers at the cost of service.
You bill customers for units of energy
At the
called
cost.
kilowatt hours. Right?
We bill customers at the cost of service for energy. We bill at demand. We bill customer costs.
Okay. So, Mr. Chair, I'm not going to dwell on this. I'll just wrap up by saying that we actually support the initiative by Mr. Carter's team to move to actual cost of service, but we want to make the point, sir, that it is complex, it is innovative, and it is where we need to go. And one of the reasons we're having problems with, even with this rate hearing, sir, is that there's too much arbitrary objectivity applied where there could be completely subjective decisions taken. And I thank you very much for the opportunity to represent my members here today.
Thank you, Lieutenant Colonel Brown. The interveners, the Ministry of Energy Business Development, and it's the Business Development Division, and the Barbados Association of Retired Persons, and the person assisting them here is Public Counsel.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Proceed, Public Counsel.
Thank you. Dr. Carter, good evening. How are you?
Good evening.
Several times in this hearing, Barbados Light and Power has pointed to the 2021 projections versus the actuals. You testified that the actuals were only at a variance of 1%, and that is pretty good. At the time of the application, you pretty much had 9 months of 2021, that is January to September. So technically, you were estimating on 3 months out of 12. Is that correct?
No, as I mentioned, when we filed our application, our sales were still declining in 2021 on 2020. But based on our model's projections, we projected that sales will actually end the period above 2020, and the projections did bear out.
I'm thinking then that under the
but no, we're just trying to make the connection between the question and your answer. I think the question was more in relation to, at the data filing, that you would have had data for 9 months. I think this is what I heard in the question. You had data for 9 months, which would have been actual data. And you would have been, I think the witness is asking if you were not then projecting the next 3 months. So I thought that is what I heard. I don't know if that is what I thought I heard. In terms of coming up with the sales forecast for that year, by the time you filed, you would have had 9 months of actual data and 3 months of projections.
Yes, but what I was, how I interpreted the question was that
Dr. Carter, perhaps if I go a little further, I might be able to help you out.
Thank you.
I'm thinking, therefore, that under those type of circumstances, it would be pretty easy to get close to over a year, given the claimed robustness and accuracy of your model. Not so?
So that's exactly what I made the point, that up to filing, our sales were actually declining on 2020. So even based on the actuals for 2021, the direction would appoint maybe most people to believe that we're going to end 2021 at negative, actually below 2020. But we relied on our forecasts, we relied on our models, and our models told us different. And our models have turned out to be a reasonable projection.
Dr. Carter, you testified that the street light tariff is set to recover 0% ROR. This is basically, look at table K5. The table also shows that the increase in recovery is about 40%. So technically, whichever way you look at it, the tariff indicates an increased ROR target. Even if you want to say it's in the form of negative value up to 0, is that an accurate statement?
Yes, so currently the rate of return that we are achieving from streetlight customers is negative, and we propose to bring that to a 0% rate of return.
Dr. Carter, you also testified that GEED streetlights on the highway on the metal poles are on a secondary voltage power tariff. Is that correct?
I believe that some are on secondary voltage power tariff and some may be on a general service tariff.
Do you know which is on which, or?
Well, there are a number of lights scattered all around the country, so I'm not sure which ones in particular are on which particular tariff, but I believe it's between those two tariffs that those customers are serviced.
Is this a tariff with customer charge, energy charge, FCA, and demand charge?
That is correct.
Okay. And can I also go as far as to say, based on the KF5 table, the target ROR for secondary voltage power is about 11%. Is that accurate? Is that an accurate statement?
Sorry, can you give me that again?
Is it accurate to say, looking at the same K5 table,
yeah,
the target ROR for secondary voltage power is about 11%? Is that an accurate statement?
No, it is inaccurate. If you turn to table K5 and you look at column 6, you will see that the targeted rate of return on the rate base that we're seeking is 10.18% for.
Sorry, your voice dropped just now, sir. I didn't hear you.
Sorry, 10.18% is the targeted rate of return.
Not too far from the 11. Can you tell the panel how many streetlights government or GEED have that are serviced by the BLMP on the secondary voltage power tariff?
No, I can't.
If I suggested it's about 2,500, you would say nay or yay, or you wouldn't be able to say at all?
I don't know.
So would you say that the number, even though you can't say the exact number, would you say it's a fair amount that would be in what you would call a full profit zone?
I don't know.
Okay. Give me a second. All right, my next question to you. Can we look at the FTC 2020 depreciation decision? You gave evidence regarding the Commission panel's approval of the reasonableness of the non-retirement of the steam plant and BLPC's failure to invest in the modern, efficient 32 MW MSDs. My question, therefore, is, did BLPC apply to the FTC for approval of the non-retirement of the steam plant in its 2019 depreciation application? Can you answer that?
Public Counsel, I think we would have looked at that area already, so if you can move to another area, please.
Okay, all right, I have another question for you. Could would you say that the FTC can engage in retroactive rulemaking?
Mr. Chairman, firstly, we have been guided. The witness cannot speak to the FTC's. And secondly, I believe that was a legal question it was an expert evidence given in that regard by Dr. House, I believe. Sir.
I'll move along, sir. I'll move along. My next question I'm not sure if you're going to say this question was asked before, but I'll still ask it. You have a column that speaks to deficiency in revenue. When I look at it, it looks as if Barbados Light and Power is attempting to claw back from lost revenues under previous tariffs. What does it look like in your view?
Can you give me your table reference that you're looking at?
Just a second. This is the K5 table.
So K5, and if you're speaking,
you have a column there speaking about, it's called deficiency in revenue, correct?
Yes, column 10, yes. Mm-hmm.
So my question to you, I was saying, when I look at it, it looks to me as if Barbados Light and Power is trying to claw back from lost revenues under the previous tariffs. So I'm asking you, in your expert opinion, what does it look like to you?
Okay, so the table there, it represents the deficiency at, based on the test year financials.
Okay, I have another question for you. Were the street lights funded by an IADB EU loan to the government or to the taxpayers of Barbados?
I can't speak towards how the streetlights were funded.
Is there somebody else on your team that could speak to it?
Maybe I think our managing director is going to follow me, so maybe that's a question that he can respond to.
Well, that means then I should hold back these questions then for him then. Okay, thank you, no problem. Let's see, I think I have a couple more questions for you. I note that when you gave testimony earlier, you said that the FTC had, I'm not sure if I'm using the right word, but had directed you in respect to concessions for your employees?
I mentioned the decision of 2010 of the FTC, where they indicated that it is appropriate to grant employees a concessionary rate, and that the appropriate concession should be a 20% discount less the early payment discount offered to the first two bands of the domestic service class.
And did you follow this directive?
We follow that directive as close as possible. However, we did not go to the extent of the allowance that the decision have given to employees.
So, Dr. Carter, are you saying then that you don't necessarily always follow FTC's directives? I'm just trying to understand.
No, I'm not saying that.
No, when you said, could you explain to me, when you said you followed it as closely, I just want to understand if a directive, can you vary, when FTC gives a directive, then you can vary it, so BLPC varies FTC's directives? I'm just trying to understand.
Public Counsel.
Sorry.
Mr. Allen has raised his hand. Mr. Allen?
Sir, public counsel is being argumentative. The decision gave a band in which the applicant could choose to give concessionary rates to their staff without it being deemed discriminatory. It was not a directive that it has to be charged at any particular rate. The witnesses clearly indicated we have that right. We didn't carry it to the full level of that right. This is not about not following FTC directives.
Sir, I was only asking the question based, now the council put it differently. I was only asking the question based on exactly what Dr. Carter said. He said he was given a directive, given a concession of 20%, and he then turned around and said, but we didn't quite follow it. So my question then, I believe, sir, should have been allowed to be answered because what the counsel for the applicant said was completely different from what Dr. Carter said. But anyway, sir, I think I'm finished at this point. The questions I wanted to ask, Dr. Carter just referred them to the managing director. So when the managing director comes, I will ask those questions unless I'm interrupted, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, public counsel.
Dr. Carter, on page 869 of the application, you state a number of criteria that you use to guide the rate design process. The first one being that individual rates should move towards their unit cost of service as provided by the rate design study. Would you agree that the results of the cost of service study are fundamental input to the rate design?
Yeah. The results of the cost of service study do guide the rate design.
Okay. Were the commission to determine that changes should be made to the cost of service study, the company's proposed rates would need to be restated to reflect those changes, correct?
Not necessarily. It depends on the magnitude of those changes and the impact that they have on the unit cost of service.
Your third criterion is that emphasis should be placed on the recovery of a higher portion of the fixed costs through fixed customer charges. Now, fixed costs are defined in the dictionary as one that remains constant and does not vary with short-term changes in production. Is this similar to the definition which BLPC is using, or when you refer to the fixed costs and the investment required to provide basic energy service to a customer?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
We're trying to find out what you mean by fixed costs. Are you referring to a cost that remains constant and does not vary with short-term changes in production? What do you mean when you say fixed costs?
Right. So the cost of service study would have identified some of those fixed costs of the utility. They include the fixed costs related to service a customer, which is reflected in the customer.
We're talking about specificity, Dr. Carter. What comprises the fixed costs to provide service to a customer?
But I'm trying to answer the question, so it may mean that I don't understand the question. So, can you repeat the question, please?
We're asking what you deem to be a fixed cost. We understand, we already went with Dr. Hansen yesterday, he could not provide exact information as to what your fixed costs are. We're asking you, of your variable costs, as you told us, and your fixed costs, what is a fixed cost?
Right, so
of your components to provide service?
So a building is a fixed cost. In the short term, a generator install is a fixed cost. A meter is a fixed cost. I am not sure if that's the. You want me to go that specific to identify all of the utilities fixed costs?
No, we want to know what you deem to be a fixed cost for the purpose of determining the cost of service.
So the cost of service model would have provided an indicator of the fixed customer costs. The cost of service would have also provided an indicator of the demand cost, which is kind of a fixed cost too as well. And the cost of service would have provided the indicator of the energy costs, which is a variable cost.
Okay. Did the company set any targets as to the percentage of customers in a given class that would see increases above a certain amount when the rates were set?
In terms of percentage of customers, no, we didn't set a target in terms of percentage of customers. But what we did, we tried to minimize the impact on what we consider to be low usage customers, assuming based on our research that a higher proportion of low income customers can be found in that consumption band.
And that wasn't exactly correct. We're talking about across all of your classes, not just the under 150 megawatts.
So can you repeat the question then?
Did the company set any targets as to the percentage of customers in a given class that would see increases above a certain amount when the rates were set?
And as I mentioned, no, we didn't. But what we did was we tried to minimize the impact on certain customers within a particular usage band.
Okay. As Barbados transitions to 100% clean energy and more distributed generation and energy storage is placed on the grid, it should allow customers to reduce both their usage and peak demand that they place on the grid. Is that correct?
As customers utilize more renewable service generator, I would expect that those systems should be able to shave off, yes, their peak demand, as well as reduce, in certain circumstances, their usage. Yeah.
Okay. Is the mitigation of this loss of revenue part of the company's justification for increasing the fixed charges?
The reason why we are increasing the fixed charges is to make the charges more cost reflective and to make those charges more fair to all customers and more efficient as a pricing signal, given that we are moving towards an environment whereby there will be increased penetration of renewables onto the network. We want to provide a structure that will be a fair structure to all of our customers and be a more efficient structure, again, to facilitate this transition.
We'd now like to look at the distributed generation and battery storage and the effect that it will have on rates. Is it safe to say that the proposal from this application, that as additional systems are added by BLPC customers, that BLPC will further increase fixed charges to ensure continued cost recovery?
You're asking me to tell you what will happen in the future. I do not know what will happen in the future. All I know today, based on our costs in the test here, is that we are requesting the particular rate proposal, and we believe that our rate proposal is a more efficient rate proposal to help facilitate the growth in renewables going forward.
Okay. If you did increase fixed charges for all customers and not just those with distributed generation, would that result in customers without access to those technologies being forced to pay for some of the costs for those who have systems that are being placed on the grid?
Can you repeat that question, please?
If BLPC did increase fixed charges for all customers and not just those with distributed generation, would that result in customers without access to distributed generation being forced to pay for some of the costs for those systems being placed on the grid?
No, no, because what we are proposing is to make our rates more cost reflective for all customers, irrespective if you are a renewable customer or a non-renewable customer. So in our proposal, we have identified, based on the cost of service study, you can see what it costs to supply customers within various tariff groups. And we are proposing rates that move us a little closer to that cost of service.
Did BLPC consider creating separate charges for customers with distributed generation or energy storage systems that can avoid charges being passed through energy and demand rates?
Sorry, can you repeat the question, please?
Did BLPC consider creating separate charges for customers with distributed generation or energy storage systems that can avoid charges being passed through energy and demand rates?
That can avoid
charges being passed through energy and demand rates.
Okay. So we did consider the possibility of breaking out the renewable customers from each tariff block. That was a consideration. But when we did the analysis, we observed that these customers are quite similar to the customers within their particular class in terms of how they utilize the service. And also these customers, to a large extent, were actually helping subsidize other customers within their particular class. So given these factors, we decided that it is best to keep them as one customer class. It's best for all customers.
Okay. The NARUC Electric Utility Cost Allocation Manual defines a customer class as a group of customers differentiated by the nature of service provided and load characteristics. Does a residential customer with an energy storage device that is supplied with energy from solar panels have similar load characteristics to one that does not?
Yes, they do.
Okay. What level of difference would be required for BLPC to create a separate rate class for customers with distributed generation?
I think we will have to analyze to see whether or not there's a significant difference in terms of the consumption pattern of that particular class, and if there's significant difference in terms of the cost that they incur on the system. As I mentioned, the domestic service, I should say domestic renewable customers, they consume power in a similar pattern to non-renewable customers. So at this time, we do not think that it is necessary to separate those classes. And given to the government's policy going forward, government policy is that everyone will become a renewable supplier. So if you do that separation, you can still end back up in time with one customer class.
Good afternoon, Dr. Carter. Just a few questions for you. Page 761 to 778, you presented quite a bit of economic data referenced from the central bank.
Sorry, okay.
761,
yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, 761 to 778. This data set contains most data that weren't included. What is your rationale for not presenting the key assumptions, temperature, fuel prices, population growth, but to present about 17 pages of data that weren't included in the model?
Yeah,
most which are quarterly, and you indicate you have yearly data.
Right, so we presented a summary of the key assumptions at table H2 that went into the model. over the forecast period. The reference to H1 that you refer to, the central bank report, was to provide additional information really to this process. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry for cutting you, because
Go
maybe
ahead.
you misunderstood what I said. You have not presented data to show the trend or changes in population growth over your historical and projected period, neither that for temperature. So my question is, what is the rationale for omitting that data series, whether it be graphed or actual data?
Yes. So the information presented in here, we presented in a format that we believe the reader of the information would appreciate. Yes, we could have presented each data point for each variable, but in terms of the value of that, I'm not sure how it would be valuable to the individual reader. I believe what is of greater value to the reader is the methodology that we utilize and the results from that methodology, so that they can then compare with the actuals, as well as compare with basically how we view the future in terms of sales growth.
Okay. If you have a look at that page 777, sorry, not 777, one moment, please. You have a table where you present data on economic indicators by sector. Correct, 775. On page 775, it clearly has electricity, gas, and water, which presents GDP by sector. What is the rationale for using overall economic growth and not growth by your sector, which you're analyzing?
Yeah, because you would appreciate that this table references the output for the particular sector, and the output for the particular sector cannot drive the output for that sector, meaning that you cannot utilize the growth of the sector to project the growth of the sector. So you have to actually use the growth in the economy to see basically how that impacts the growth of the particular sector. So we need overall growth. So electricity sales is dependent on overall growth in the economy, not just what happens in the electricity sector, perchance, but all of the sectors in the economy rely on our power to supply them and to help them to be productive. So,
are you aware then that growth in the sector depends on consumption, investment, government spending, exports and imports within the sector itself? So the growth in your sector is driven by the activities in your sector. Therefore, the activities in your sector would have an impact on the demand, the employment levels, and everything else that will drive consumers to buy or demand, which would impact on your sales. So I'll move to the next question. Thank you. Last question on sales. What is the rationale for temperature, which shows an impact of about 0?
yes.
Inclusion of temperature.
Yeah, so temperature is an important variable within the model, because demand is highly influenced. Electricity demand is highly influenced by weather variables, and we have found that the average temperature is one of the better weather variables that actually influence the growth in electricity consumption.
In tropical climate zones where the temperature is not so erratic, it's still relevant?
If you ask most persons over the last few weeks in terms of temperature, they wouldn't say that it's not erratic. We do have significant shifts in temperature. You got to recognize that you're not talking about 5 degrees or shift. Just a 1 degree or 2 degree average shift in temperature have a significant impact on electricity production.
Noted. All right, thank you. I want now to discuss how the rates are calculated for each customer class. Once the company has determined the level of revenue it wants to recover a specific charge, I assume it divides that charge by the number of bills, the amount of energy usage, or the demand to find the per unit cost. Is that correct?
So the process that we follow is once we determine what is the targeted revenue requirement that we require from the particular customer class, then we go then to rate design to design how we would actually recover that revenue. And depending on the customer class, we have different billing components that we can adjust to recover that class, that revenue. In our case here, what we are proposing is that we have proposed a methodology whereby we seek to recover around 60% of the customer-related costs from a customer charge, and the remaining residual revenue that is required to meet the targeted revenue requirement, we either recover it through increasing energy charges for those customers that don't have a demand charge. And for those customers that do have a demand charge, we propose to keep their energy charges fixed and recover the additional revenue through their demand charges.
And my understanding is that the bill count, usage, and demand values are generally referred to as billing determinants.
That is correct.
Did the billing determinants in this case come from 2020?
That is correct.
And in 2020, there were some significant effects due to COVID-19. If energy usage for a given class was lower in 2020 due to COVID, that would decrease value use in the denominator, which would result in a higher rate, correct?
If the billing determinants are, if the billing determinants are lower or higher, sorry.
If the energy usage for a given class is lower, or was lower in 2020 due to COVID, that would decrease the value of the denominator, which would result in higher rate. Is that correct?
I'm not sure how to answer in terms of if it was lower.
So just consider the denominator. If it decreases, how would it change?
Yeah, but we're basing the rates based on what happened in the test year. And we know what happened in the test year. We know the test year billing determinants. We know the test year revenue. We know the test year costs.
Is the revenue requirement in these cases based on a historical test year?
That is correct. The revenue requirement is based on the financials for the historical test year, as well as known and measurable changes.
Okay, let me go a little further. Pro forma adjustments or a forecasted test year? Were forecasted test year also used?
So we didn't use a forecasted test year. We used a historical test year.
Okay, right. My last question to you. I believe we established that there was around a 4.75 decrease in sales in 2020. But BLPC forecasts for 2023 and the actual usage through June of this year indicate that usage had generally recovered to level before COVID. Won't that result in recovering revenues that exceeded the base year revenue requirement that is being proposed in this case?
Sales haven't recovered to pre-COVID levels by any measure.
Let me repeat. The forecast for 2023 and the actual usage through June of this year indicate that the usage had generally recovered to pre-COVID levels.
Yes, so I don't agree with that statement, that usage have recovered to pre-COVID levels.
Okay, just assuming that's the case, wouldn't BLPC be recovering revenues that exceeded the base year revenue requirement that is being proposed?
Well, I don't believe you can look at it in isolation. You have to, the equation is both sides. There's revenue and there's also a cost. So you will have to look at what happened as a result of increased sales, what have that driven in terms of increased cost too as well. So it's an equation that you can't just look at one side.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Carter, again. A couple quick ones. The company is proposing to increase the customer charges for various classes by a significant amount. On page 1266 of the application, the cost-based customer charge per month in the section labeled Summary of Unit Charges is shown to be $20.87 for a member of the employee class, while the typical domestic customer is shown to cost $20.19. Why is the assessment of a customer charge not appropriate for employee customers?
Right. So in our rate design, we try to stick as close as possible to the design approved by the Commission in 2010, and in that decision, the employees did not have a customer charge. But what I would say that there's nothing stopping employees from having a customer charge. And I think the Commission so desired that a customer charge be applied to employees that can be easily be accommodated. But I should add that the Commission was well within their right in making their decision in terms of the level of concessionary or level of concessions that are appropriate to offer employees. And in any development of a customer charge, we would make the appropriate adjustments to the energy charge as well to make sure that we continue to maintain that concession, which the Commission has determined to be an appropriate concession.
All right, thank you for that answer. Now, provided the charge is part of an employee's compensation, would rates that maintain a stable relationship on the dollars paid by a residential customer for service and dollars paid by an employee for service be appropriate? For example, if an employee typically gets a discount of $5 from what a residential ratepayer is currently paying under the current rates, should that $5 be maintained if an increase is granted?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Right. If an employee typically gets a discount of $5 from what a residential ratepayer is currently paying under the current rates, should that $5 be maintained if an increase is granted?
Yes, so we maintain the, if you look at the rates we designed for residential customers, domestic service customers, and the rates we design for employees, you will see that they are very aligned in terms of the differential between existing employee rates and existing domestic service rates, and our proposed domestic service rates and our proposed employee rates. They are correctly aligned.
Right. So, what would the favorable rate towards the employee, does that form part of their compensation? Is it considered part of their compensation?
I hate to pass that on to my managing director, but I can't tell you whether or not that forms part of the compensation. What I would say to you is,
do you benefit from it?
Yes, I benefit as an employee of Barbados Light and Power. I benefit from.
You're paying taxes on it?
That concession. Sorry?
Are you paying taxes on it? The benefit?
we pay, I mean, as part of
Compensation?
No, as part of the government's tax code, almost everything you consume, you actually pay taxes on it, unless it is zero rated. So we do pay taxes on it.
Well played, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay.
Dr. Carter, within your responses to the FTC's interrogatories dated August 31, which is Exhibit RB 32, the Commission had requested in question 17 the basis of the company's proposed charges, including any working papers supporting the increase. If you can see, okay? Did you respond to this question?
Can you put, I'm not having trouble seeing.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, you did.
In your response, you produced an Excel worksheet showing the total estimated cost of each service, the application of several rate adjustment factors, a revised charge, and a proposed charge. Now, within that worksheet, there's a reference to a file, a Q17, which was for service charges calculation. Specifically, the worksheet rate calculations. You recall what I'm talking about?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And this appears to be the development of the company's estimated cost of service.
That is correct.
Why was this worksheet not provided in response to discovery?
Yes, so the worksheet wasn't provided because at the time of responding to these interrogatories, we would have had to serve, I believe, all of our responses on all of the interveners and provide them with that worksheet. That worksheet contains very sensitive information in terms of employees' salaries and other remuneration, which goes into the calculation of those service charges.
So without this relevant worksheet, how is the Commission supposed to determine whether the company's proposed service charges are reasonably calculated without a chance to review what costs are being included in the company estimated cost of service? How are we supposed to determine?
Well, we would have provided the Commission with what we estimate to be those costs. And
that is what we receive.
Right. So if the Commission requires additional information in terms of the worksheet that the Commission that you're now referencing, the company will be happy to provide the Commission alone that worksheet, but we would be uncomfortable with that worksheet being made public.
Okay, so you are willing to provide us with that information so that we would really...
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Now, will you please explain the purpose of each rate for the rate adjustment factors that the company is applying when determining the revised chart? Same interrogatory, if you could explain the purpose of each rate adjustment. If you look on the worksheet, you have different rate adjustments.
Yes, so on that worksheet, you will see what it costs us to serve or to supply the particular service. And we had a decision to make, do we ask customers to pay the full cost of service, or do we consider the impacts on customers and seek a methodology to determine, how to reduce the actual cost that customers pay relative to the cost of service. And that is the methodology that we determined actually to use to actually reduce the amount that customers will be asked to pay for each service area.
So how did the company determine what factor value to apply to each charge?
So there's, I think you will see there's a key, so there's a method that we have, and we identify various ways. I think one of the indicators or the adjusters is income level. So we look at the service charges and we determine which kind of customer group or that you would see utilizing this particular service charge. So based on the particular customer group and whether or not they fall into, we consider to be a low income, middle income, or high income customer, then we apportion basically a weight there. We do a similar thing for the other adjustment factors there.
Okay. So if I'm looking at the same table here, the cost base and the revised charge for the reconnection transfer of service for non-AMI meter above 200 amps is 102. But the proposed charge is now $80. How did the company determine the difference between the revised charges and the proposed charges?
Yeah, so as I say, so we follow the methodology here of applying these factors. So you can see that there, the adjustment factors are the three indicators there. And honestly, I don't know if you can enlarge it. I have some difficulty actually seeing the numbers there. But just to say that we would have, you would have applied those adjustment factors there.
Which are like income level, public.
Correct, public acceptability,
and the relative size of the gap.
Correct. So the relative size of the gap is really the difference between what it costs us to supply and where the current charge is.
When you say public acceptability, how do you define that?
So public acceptability there is almost like in pricing, you look at willingness to pay and ability to pay. And so in this particular, here we basically doing a reverse in terms of a customer's willingness to pay. So let's say for a damaged meter. So a damaged meter, you would expect that a customer will reasonably expect that if they, go on a construction site and deliberately or by accident damage a meter, they will reasonably accept that they should pay for that particular meter. So that is basically how we utilize that factor to determine customers' kind of acceptance of the particular charge.
Okay. Now when we look at the AMI meters, do all AMI meters have remote connect and disconnect features? Are you not certain?
I am not certain if all AMI meters have remote connect and disconnect meter. I believe though that all AMI meters shall have that functionality, but there are obviously maybe it's a communication network, so maybe on occasions you may lose that functionality maybe in some meters. But I believe generally, if I'm not mistaken, I think again another one for the MD could correct me if I am speaking out of turn in terms of the ability to connect and disconnect.
Well, okay, so we just put you on notice that we would like to have some information on the percentage of meters that have the remote connect, disconnect capabilities.
Okay.
Thank you. Do specific classes have a significantly different percentage of AMI meters with remote connect and disconnect capabilities? So this, if you have it by classes, and right, so we put you on notice that we're looking for getting an understanding in this area here.
I believe you responded to an interrogatory that we would have identified by customer class, the level of AMI penetration, those that have AMI and those that don't have AMI.
And does the customer have a choice in whether to receive an AMI meter?
Customers always have a choice. Our preference is that customers will allow us to install an AMI meter on their premises, but we do have some customers that have offered a significant amount of resistance to us installing these meters.
So that a new customer have a choice?
So a new customer, they don't have a choice. The meter that we install on a new customer, new installation, is a EMI meter. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. All right, thank you.
Just a couple more questions for me. Looking at your domestic tariff on page 901, it includes the monthly rate, the base energy charge, the fuel charge, and the renewable purchase power charge. So what we would like to know, that the fuel charge and the renewable purchase power charge are applied to the fossil fuel portion and the renewable purchase portion of kilowatt hours respectively. Is it laid out in tariffs how this portion will be determined?
Well, if I understand your question correctly, so we know how much kilowatt hours are purchased from renewable suppliers versus how much kilowatt hours we would have produced from our own generators. And we also know basically the costs, our costs in terms of fossil fuel costs versus the renewable purchase power costs. So we are in a position, or we will be in a position in terms of how we present the information in the on customers' bills to indicate what percentage of their usage will be renewables, versus what percentage will be from fossil fuel generation.
Okay, thanks. Why does the company believe that this approach will be better than recovering both the renewable purchase power and fuel costs through a single charge?
Right. Again, because we believe in transparency. You know, the fuel clause have always been an area of great concern for our customers. I think one of the main areas that we get significant amount of customer contacts or customer calls on is the fuel clause, when the fuel clause actually goes up. And the customers always wonder what is in there, you know, what is it that they're being charged for? And we try to explain to them that it's being charged for fossil fuel for our generators, as well as to pay renewable customers and so forth. And it's always, always a point of consternation for our customers. So we believe that by breaking it out, it will provide, again, a greater transparency of the fuel clause adjustment. You know, there wouldn't be any confusion at all in terms of what the fuel clause is recovering versus what the renewable purchase power clause is recovering. And also, as I mentioned, given that we are moving towards this 100% renewables, this clause, renewable purchase power clause, will be a key indicator for the country in terms of how we are progressing on that path.
Okay, thanks. So, why is no loss factor applied to the renewable purchase power adjustment?
Why, sorry?
Why is no loss factor applied to the renewable purchase power adjustment?
No loss factor, because there are generally no, I'm not an engineer, but I can, again, managing director coming after me, there's really no real significant losses really from a renewable production, because the source, so renewable, this building, you produce renewables, and it's really service a customer who is maybe next door. So the amount of losses from renewables are actually, I imagine, are actually small as it relates to distributed renewables on the grid.
Will the company be reporting the amount of renewable power purchases and the amounts recovered from the customers?
Yes, we will continue to report that. We currently do report that in our monthly regulatory reports to the regulator.
And the final question is, why is there no mechanism to adjust for over or under recovery of renewable purchase power in the tariff?
Because we don't expect any under or over recovery from the renewable purchase power. Renewables, as we purchase, we know the cost for purchase, and we pass through the costs to the customers.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Carter.
Mr. Chairman, before you move off, just by way of information, the stated interrogatory referenced by the witness, I've been informed is July 15th, 20, in response to BRIA, sir. The AMI interrogatory, sir.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we've approached 4 p.m. on the appointed day for the hearing, but we have not concluded our business. There's still some outstanding things that we have to attend to. So we're looking at continuing the hearing on October 13th and 14th, and we're therefore asking parties to indicate their willingness or availability for these proposed dates. Okay. Ms. Watson?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. But I was actually going to raise an issue that would impact the dates, because we had hoped that we would have that running list of outstanding documents. But what we do notice is that there are documents that were due today that haven't been served, and there's some, I think, that were promised for Monday. But I was really only wanting to say that we obviously, both the interveners and the commission, would need time to review whatever documents is submitted, so that the additional days would have to allow for that time period to pass. That's it, Chairman.
Yeah, so,
thank you.
But while you're on the floor, the 13th and 14th would be, which is next week, Thursday and Friday, would be okay for the intervening team of also?
My calendar. Let me confer with Mr. Simpson quickly.
Okay.
Give me a moment.
While you confer, Mr. Ali?
Sir, I will make it occur. It is acceptable to me.
Okay. Okay. Let's go down. Mr. Worm?
Sir, as far as I see, it should be okay for me as well. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Worm. The Energy Division, Minister of Energy and Business Development, Ms. Cummins.
Hi, sorry, sir. I was just conferring whether we would be able to attend on those days, because I know the ministry has a few things on the calendar, but as of now, I believe that we should be able to, but if there's any other occurrence, we will certainly revert to the commission.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Wayne? Mr. Wayne? Mr. Wayne, you're still muted. Thank you.
Just was able to get off mute, was trying, sir. Sorry. The Friday might be a little challenging, but I'll speak to the president and we should be able to get something going. So you could put it as proper. Just like that. We'll just try to realize. No.
Thank you. Lieutenant Colonel Brown?
No problem, sir.
Thank you. Public Counsel?
Yes, sir. 13th and 14th are good. But question, is it then going to be on Zoom or is it in person again? What are the arrangements, sir?
We will try to accommodate using this hybrid format.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Okay, so the time being 4:05. Okay. Oh, sorry, Ms. Watson.
I can't believe you've forgotten me, Mr.
Oh
Chairman.
dear, you are.
Anyway.
How could I forget you, Ms. Watson? How could I forget you?
Okay, well, yes, we will be available on those days, and can we expect then a commensurate shift in the dates for submission of written arguments? So I think that was originally the 21st.
Yes, we will give out the revised dates at the hearing.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. So we will now adjourn until next Thursday at 9 a.m. So have a good weekend, everyone, and a good 3 days off. And don't get into any trouble and don't fight during these next couple of days. Okay, so I'm looking forward to seeing everyone again on the 13th. So, okay, thank you. Thank you.